Good evening. The time is now 6:03 p.m. Welcome to the Goose Creek CISD board meeting, Monday, August the 3rd. Mr. Sampson, was the meeting properly posted?
Yes, it was.
And do we have a quorum?
Yes, we do.
Okay, at this time, I would like to ask Mr. Ricky Clem to please lead us in prayer.
All right, if all stand, please, and join me in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this time we have to come together and make important decisions that will guide our school district in the future. We ask for your guidance and your wisdom as we navigate the waters of tonight's meeting and ask for your leadership. Bless each person who's here and everybody that's going to give their input tonight, and we ask for safe travel home. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Good evening. Good evening.
Dr. Price, thank you.
Good evening, President Woods, board members, Superintendent O'Brien, guests and visitors in virtual land. Welcome to our board meeting tonight. Tonight, we're going to have our pledge led by Ava Flood, a fourth grader at Austin Elementary, where her principal is Ms. Duhan. We will follow Ava's pledge with the Texas pledge led by David Worth, a junior at Ross S. Sterling High School, where his principal is Mr. Nathan Chaddock.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Go ahead.
Please join me in the Texas pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee. Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Okay, board members, we have one more special thing for you all tonight. I just felt like it was a time for us to have a song that would uplift us because we've gone through so much this summer. So we want to just have something that's going to uplift us. So we have Mackenzie Como, who is a recent graduate from Ross S. Sterling, and her brother Bryce Como, who is also a junior at Ross S. Sterling, and they're going to sing for us "You Raise Me Up" by Josh Corbin.
Hi, before we get started, I just wanted to dedicate this song to all the teachers and administration at GCCISD.
When I am down and oh my soul so weary, when troubles come and my heart burden be, then I am still and wait here in the silence until you come and sit a while with me. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. Raise me up to more than I can be. can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. Raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. Raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up to walk on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up to more than I can be.
Thank you, Mackenzie and Bryce. To mention that Mackenzie is on a full ride to Baylor University with academics and music. And they both were Texas All-State Choir members. Thank you, Bryce and Mackenzie, again. All right. Back over to you, President Woods.
Thank you, Dr. Price. At this time, I would like to continue with suspended OMA laws concerning telephone or video conference meetings. On March 16th, Governor Greg Abbott granted a request by Attorney General Ken Paxton to temporarily suspend a limited number of open meetings laws to the extent necessary to allow telephonic or video conference meetings in response to the coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic. For more information about the suspensions, see TASB Legal Services article, Texas Governor Suspends Certain Provisions of Open Meetings Act due to coronavirus COVID-19. In accordance with those suspended rules, we certify the following notice. Notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. Number one, although members of the board may not be gathered in a central physical location, we do have a quorum in attendance at this meeting by video conference or telephone call. Number two, we are meeting by use of Cisco WebEx software application, which allows two-way communication for members of the public. Number three, as we would at any in-person meeting, members of the public who have followed the instructions on the meeting notice for registering to speak during the public comment portion will be unmuted for a period of time to speak. If the speaker submitted written comments in advance, the board secretary or other designee will read the comments into record before or during the board's consideration of that item. If you would like to provide comment at a future meeting conducted by video conference or telephone call, please follow instructions on the meeting notice. Number four, all other meeting procedures will adhere to board adopted procedures to the extent practicable. Number five, an audio recording of this meeting is being made and will be made available to the public at a later date. Number six, this software application allows for 1,000 people to view and interact at a time. We apologize in advance for any unforeseeable difficulties and ask for your patience as we navigate unprecedented conditions. Number seven, if you have questions about these suspended laws, please call the Office of the Attorney General at 888-672-6787 or by email at toma@oag.texas.gov. At this time, we will go to agenda item number 3, citizens' participation. In this section of the agenda for this regular meeting, the board permits public comments on agenda items or items not on the agenda posted with notice of the meeting. Individuals who have signed up, registered prior to the beginning of the board meeting shall be recognized and provided an opportunity to speak. Other individuals who have provided email submissions to the board for consideration will also be noted. When addressing the board, I encourage you to note your topic, issue, and to please refrain from attacking the personal character of any individual student, staff member, or board member. In this section of the agenda, board members may only listen to the individual statement and may not discuss the item with the patron or take action on any matter during this portion of the agenda. Normally, public participation time on the agenda is limited to a total of 30 minutes, and each individual heard is allotted no more than 3 minutes for the presentation. However, in light of the number of citizen participation speakers and submissions, and the board's desire to hear from as many citizens as we reasonably can tonight, as board president, under the authority provided by the Goose Creek CISD board policy, BED local, I'm going to extend the overall time limit for public comment past the standard 30 minutes. And I am also adjusting the time allotted for each speaker to 2 minutes each. If there is no conversation or objection to this by my fellow board members, we can move forward.
Personally, I feel like to shift the time frame for each person that's prepared something significantly impacts our ability to hear what their experience is on this kind of topic.
Any other comments or suggestions from board members?
My only comment would be that, my only comment would be that because it wasn't announced beforehand, that maybe we would have continued to 3 minutes, maybe limit the amount of speakers, and then for the next meeting, adjust it. In case people already signed. I don't know when they started signing up, the people that signed up. That's what I have to say.
How many people do we have signed up?
I believe we have 29 signed up to speak live, and we have 20 email submissions to be heard, for a total of 49. Mr. Flood, can you confirm that? Yes. So, and those are ones who properly submitted their requests beforehand in order to be heard. So, under the authority given to me as the board president, I would suggest that we hear from all of them who asked to be heard tonight, but I would ask that they limit their words to 2 minutes instead of 3. If they can't get their point across in 2 minutes that they could in 3, there's nothing, we could limit them to 1 minute, but I think that that's not enough time to hear what their point would be. That's why I feel like as a board, we could go to 2 minutes instead, and that way we're not here for 3 hours.
We're talking an extra 29 minutes. Oh, 49? Okay.
So
I mean, you asked for input, so I'm just giving you.
Yes, and I appreciate that. And if I could entertain a motion if you all would like to vote on this, but actually the decision rests on my shoulders. I'm glad to make it with all of you. I could entertain a motion that we extend our time past 30 minutes and limit it for each speaker to 2, or any other motion that would like to be presented at this time.
I just have a quick comment. I do agree, Mr. Cotter, that a lot of people have prepared a 3-minute time frame. So in order to articulate that, I think we should do the 3 minutes. Since there's no action tonight, maybe the ones that we read into the record, we could do that at the next meeting. That way they can still be heard, but then we allow those that have signed up to speak a full 3 minutes.
I like that idea personally.
Okay, so the 29 who have signed up to speak for the full 3 minutes, and then the written submissions are in our record, but you want to read them into the record fully tonight? I didn't catch the motion.
I would say we would read them at the following meeting, since there's no action item tonight. That still allows them to be read in the following meeting with any additional public comment speakers at our next meeting before any action would be taken at all.
I don't think we can hear you, Mr. Clem. Mr. Hodgins, I think we were checking to see what the legal validity of that request is.
Could you restate the request, Madam President, or have it restated?
Mr. Poppy, go ahead.
So the question was, since we have at least 29 people that signed up to speak, instead of limiting the time less than 3 minutes down to 2 minutes, would it be possible for those where we would read in emails and into the record at a different meeting prior to any action? There's at least 20 of those.
Well, with respect to, I mean, for public comment on an agenda item, the agenda item is this evening, I believe, for most of those. And so it has to be presented and considered prior to, consideration and action on the item. So it would be my recommendation that you actually receive them tonight. Now, from a written standpoint, your procedures do not require that under board policy that those be physically read into the record. They can be received by the board and reviewed. I believe copies are made available. So your other option there is to hear the speakers for the amount of time and then read what you can for some other portion, for example. But it's within the presiding officer's discretion when you have this number of speakers that would like to be heard, and I suspect those that also did email submissions would like those considered. So it would be my recommendation that you go ahead and receive them tonight if you're going to be considering and discussing the item tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Hodgins, if the emails that were submitted to be read into public comment tonight, if each one of us receives a copy of those at the board tonight, we're satisfying that requirement?
Yes, there's not a requirement that they be read in. There's a requirement. The way that you've structured it is to have them considered. And so, yes, my recommendation to the board would be that they be received. I believe they have, but that the board consider them prior to any any action or considering fully as part of the consideration of the agenda item. So.
Okay, so that being stated, we are to the 29 public speaking comments that have been requested to be heard tonight, and then we each are receiving copies of the emails that were submitted for the meeting tonight. That being said, then I would go back and rule that we are going to extend the overall time limit for public comment past the standard 30 minutes. I will not adjust the time for those speakers down from the regularly permitted 3 minutes, and we will continue until all that have properly logged on have been heard. And at this point, I will turn it over. Well, first of all, I would like to ask for your cooperation and patience with me and the WebEx technology. I would also please implore you to mute your phone or your computer or your headset, whatever you are logging in with. This is an enormous task for our technology department. So if you are not identified by Mr. Matt Flood to be the speaker of the moment, please make sure your computer, your screen, your headset, whatever you're on is please on mute button. We will continue at this time. Mr. Matt Flood, I will turn it over to you to log in your speakers.
All right. Thank you, Madam President.
I'm sorry, but before we do that, Mr. Sampson as secretary, would you like to keep time for the speakers, or would you defer that to Assistant Secretary or myself? No, can't hear you. No, sir. Try the button on the headset wire.
Got me now?
I can hear you now, sir. Yes. So would you like to keep time for our speakers, or would you like for Mr. Clem or myself to do that while Mr. Flood lines them up for us?
I got it.
Are you timekeeping for us? Okay. So
Yes,
at the 1 minute mark, Mr. Sampson will give notice that there's 1 minute remaining on your 3 minute time. So please be courteous. All right, Mr. Flood.
Thank you, President. I am going to try to go down the list, and I will look for the names as they were filled out on the form. If I don't have them, I'm going to skip and move down to the next person. Okay, my first one is Kevin Craven. I am going to unmute you, sir. Can you speak?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay.
You may begin.
Good evening. My statement is in reference to the renaming of Robert E. Lee High School. I am a 1988 graduate of Lee High School. The Blacks are immeasurably better off here than in Africa, morally, socially, and physically. You will never prosper with Blacks, and it is abhorrent to a reflecting mind to be supporting and cherishing those who are plotting and working for your injury. The relation of master and slave is the best that can exist between the white and Black races. These statements are the embodiment of Lee's principles. They do not comport with the mission statement of the GCCISD and the core values attached to it. These words were penned by Lee, yet his name is memorialized on a building, an institution, public, of learning in this city. We have come to know who Lee was. No friend to a man of color except his own. He stands in stark contrast to others to whom we have given such distinction and honor. In Baytown, E.F. Green and George Washington Carver. In other cities, Barbara Jordan, Phyllis Wheatley, and Thurgood Marshall. All of these names are good, honorable Black men and women whose reputations are beyond reproach and who are admired for their contributions to a more unified nation. Let us just be honest. Neither this district nor any other American city would have dared to celebrate any of these individuals had they shown an iota of the contempt toward whites that Lee did toward Blacks. The fact that Lee has been honored for decades in this city, in spite of his hatred, is another example of how the grace and the forgivingness of the Black community is recklessly taken for granted. You must begin to live up to the core values you state and stop looking the other way, stalling and pretending our scars do not exist. The memories of the individuals who attended Lee should not outweigh your responsibilities as trustees to be good stewards over the district, ensuring in all facets of the district's matters that we
You have
live
1
up
minute left.
to the norms of a decent and cohesive community. We are part of this community. We are doctors, lawyers, mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers. Lastly, we are registered voters. The time to act now. The time to act is now. We urge the renaming of Robert E. Lee High School without delay, as this is the last city in the state having a name with his name. Inaction is not an option. Do not allow history to look upon you unfavorably, for in history each of you shall reside. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Flood, do we have a next speaker?
Yes, 1 second. All right, my next speaker is, I'm going to say this wrong, Cecilian Hurd. You should now be unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear it? Yes, ma'am, you can start speaking.
It keeps going back to mute.
Go ahead, you can speak now.
You can hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, good evening. I rather doubt that I will need the entirety of 3 minutes. I am a proud 1984 magna cum laude graduate of Robert E. Lee High School, where I was a 4-year member of the League of Leaders and rifle captain my senior year. And I point that out because along with my sisters, one was in the band, one was also in the Brigadiers. We had a very good experience, a rich experience. We have lots of friends from Robert E. Lee that we still cherish of all races today, many, many years later. And so I don't come to you lightly because this is my history and I do have lots of pride, but we've got to do the right thing. I remember going to college at the University of Texas. I have a minor in history. I recall being sufficiently mortified when I started to take classes focusing on the history of the Civil War. I felt like my education at Goose Creek had been outstanding. And I was just, it was a lot to take on when I realized the complete gap that under the heading of Southern Heritage, I had been taught that the Civil War was not really about slavery, it was about states' rights, and therefore folks like Robert E. Lee, who were the Confederate generals and so forth, that these were good people. You know, they just wanted states to have their rights. And the right that they wanted the states to have was to own slaves. And that's very real. And so that has been painful for me for from all these years.
You got 1 minute.
Oh, so I did in my 3 minutes. So the next point I want to make, this man was a white supremacist revered by the KKK. If you look at the timing of the naming of this school in 1928, you will see that it coincides with the Klan having come into Baytown and wreaked havoc. And my third point would be, guys, this is about economics. This is about making my hometown something that I can really be proud of as the town continues to prosper and grow. And to the individual who said I have no say in this because I don't reside in the town, I was personally offended by that. I have been a substantial contributor to the United Way of Baytown for years, and my entire family still resides in Baytown. So I want you to hear me loud and clear. This is Black Gander pride, and I've been talking to some of my other non-Black Gander friends.
Your time is up.
and they agree with me. Change the name. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hurd. Mr. Flood, do we have next speaker in line?
Yes, ma'am. I'm trying to find them. My next speaker is Seth James. And speakers, when you please try to stay stationary so that we can hear you close to your mic, that you're not going in and out for clarity purposes. So, Mr. James Seth, you should now be unmuted.
Thank you. I'm Dr. James Seth. I'm an alumni of Robert E. Lee High School, an alumni of Lee College, and a former Lee College instructor. I'm here to address the consideration of renaming Robert E. Lee High School. I'm in favor of renaming and encourage the board to move this issue forward. While the economic implications of this act are undoubtedly a source of anxiety for board members, I would argue that this is a matter not just of the immediate cost, but the long term, certainly. Having left Baytown in 2012 to pursue a doctorate in English, I have lived in Oklahoma, Alabama, and Washington State. When I tell people the name of my high school, there is always a look of shock or surprise. How could a school still be named this? And I have to remind myself, when the school was named, it was a different time, but we are now in 2020, a year marked by the unjust murder of Black Americans, which has forced educators and administrators to confront the uncomfortable truths of Southern Americans' glorification of the Confederate past. We have to think not just about the history and the values that we teach our students right now, but about the pride that they take with them wherever they go after they graduate from Robert E. Lee High School. So I encourage the board to consider the renaming of this very seriously, and not just the immediate cost, but also the long-term reputation and what students carry with them after graduation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Seth. Mr. Flood, if we have a next speaker.
Okay, my next speaker is going to be Samuel Woodard, and you should now be unmuted.
Good evening. This is Samuel Woodard, and I appreciate y'all inviting me in and allowing me to make a statement in reference to renaming Robert E. Lee High School. Just as Mr. Craven and the other two just stated, it's just time for a change. It's been long past it, and I'm just asking each of you to look in your heart. I love the fact that we opened up this meeting with a prayer in Jesus' name, and that really touched my heart. And I just ask that each and every one of you take that into consideration to do the right thing, do what's best for society in general. We all know the truth of what Robert E. Lee was about, and a lot of that was evil. And not to dig into it, but we need to make it right. And I just ask you, school board members, to do the right thing and speak the truth. While I was a graduate in 1988 from Robert E. Lee High School, I was not taught anything in reference to Robert E. Lee being a slave owner. And I believe that should send sound waves through the district, because if they don't want to teach the truth, why are they even teaching at all? So I just ask that the truth is taught and the truth is to be known. And I appreciate y'all allowing me to speak. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Woodard. Mr. Flood, you have a next speaker.
Sam Compton is our next speaker. You should now be unmuted. Yes.
My name is Sam Compton. I graduated in '68. I'm changing the name of the school. It's like, what would you do with the Bible if the first name was Jesus? Study books while you're at it. Time for the next attendant.
Thank you, Mr. Compton. Mr. Flood, do we have a next speaker?
Our next speaker is Linda Hendricks. You're now unmuted.
Miss Linda Hendricks, are you online? We can't hear you. Ms. Hendricks, we are not able to hear you. Perhaps you could try to reconnect and we'll come back to you at the end. Mr. Flood, would you like to go to the next speaker? Our apologies. These are the technical difficulties we are referring to over WebEx meetings. So if you'll be patient, Mr. Flood will find our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Brian Patterson. You should now be unmuted.
Mr. Flood, can you hear me?
We hear you, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good evening to the GCCISD School Board. My name is Brian Patterson, Robert E. Lee class of '99. I'd like to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to address you. It is truly a tumultuous time for our country as we're fighting a global pandemic, and in the same regard, another battle continues for the equality of all Americans. The recent senseless murder of George Floyd indicates that a dialogue and exchange needs to continue about what's wrong in our country. This dialogue falls in step with the framework of the United States Constitution, which states that life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness should be an inalienable right for all. We should all be equals, yet the realization of such a notion is not so. It's absolutely deplorable that we're having this discussion about equality in 2020, despite all those who have given their lives for a cause that requires justice for all. I'm speaking to you today because it's time to right a wrong. I wholeheartedly support the removal of the name of my high school alma mater, Robert E. Lee. That name stands for segregation, classism, hatred, bigotry, and most importantly, slavery. Slavery is this country's unforgivable sin that helped America evolve into the negatives it maintains today. Retaining the name would put this school district, as well as the city of Baytown, on the wrong side of history. It is now time to do what's right. You may ask, why now? Why hasn't this concern been brought up sooner? With the world on pause and little room for contemplation, now is a better time than ever before to invoke change to a world that is so unjust. I'm a proud alumnus of Robert E. Lee, but this concern has always gnawed at the corner of my mind. I wondered to myself, why would someone want to put this man of disgrace on a pedestal when he deserves no honor? Yet today, just as troublesome as the question, why has there been so much support to retain the name? None of the reasons my fellow Baytonians have stated are plausible enough to continue this humiliation in Black America. Today, I put before the words of the late Honorable Congressman John Lewis, stating his tireless fight for civil rights, to get in good trouble, necessary trouble, and help redeem the soul of America. That is our assignment. How so? Our country's soul needs redeeming. Baytown's soul needs redeeming. My alma mater's name still needs redeeming. I'm causing trouble for every class of Black students that ever walked the halls of Robert E. Lee, and I'm causing trouble for every single alumnus who supports this initiative to change this name. It's time to eliminate the name from my high school right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Mr. Flood, do we have the next speaker?
Yes, our next speaker is Joseph, I'm going to say Theory or Thierry. You should now be unmuted.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to address the board. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We hear you.
Okay. I'd like to thank you all for allowing me to address the board. My name is Joe Theory. I was a graduate from Lee in 1988, and I'd like to talk about the topic of name changing of the school. Today, I just decided to change my whole speech here. I want to talk about the man we've chosen, or Baytown chosen to be the the school named after named after Robert E. Lee. To describe this man as a hero, we have to ignore a lot of grief and pain for a lot of people. Requires us to all neglect the fact that this man was involved heavily in enslaving Black people. Throughout that process, really breaking down, fragmenting families, hiring them out to other plantations. And after the war was over, these folks were struggling to find their loved ones that were lost at the slave trade. We also have to ignore that he had hostility and hatred toward people of color. He ran a terror campaign against newly emancipated, freed slaves. To the discretion that he, in fact, went and basically kidnapped freed Black Americans and took them back in the South. We also have to ignore his betrayal of the country through his oppression, desire of oppression of Black people and Black Americans, and his devotion to white supremacy, which was more important to
You have
him
1 minute.
than the loyalty to his country. What I like to say in closing is, please consider why we would not at this time, after 92 years, rename the school. It's time for Baytown to be on the right side of history and consider the moral and ethical decision here. That school is predominantly 90% people of color. It's time to make the correct decision and rename the school. I was always proud to be a Gander. I was never proud to be a Robert E. Lee student. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Theory. Mr. Flood, do we have a next speaker?
Yes, my next speaker is Don Queen. Don, you're unmuted.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Queen.
You bet. So I'd like to offer up some different viewpoints on the potential name change for Robert E. Lee. And I'd like to be clear, I'm not for the change, but not necessarily for the reasons that people have stated. Walter E. Williams, a nationally known Black economics professor at George Mason University, asked in his most recent essay, I would like someone to explain how tearing down statues of Christopher Columbus, Thomas Jefferson, and Confederate generals helped the Black cause. Destruction of these symbols of American history might help relieve the frustrations of many and the frustration by the 2016 election of President Donald Trump. Problems that Black people face give white leftists cover for their anti-American agenda. Condoleezza Rice, former Secretary of State, recently said, I'm a firm believer in keeping your history before you. And so I don't actually want to rename things that were named for slave owners. I want us to have to look at these names and recognize that they did. A current social studies teacher at least said in a recent letter to the Baytown Sun, currently our school board is considering a name change based on what is the past. I tell you now that if the name change is based on that idea, our students and our student body will change. It will change because it will now be all about race, and that will be in the forefront of their minds. Do not make race or the past hurt the future of our town, our students, and our schools. We are better than that. The Baytown Sun recently conducted a poll of the public on keeping the name versus changing the name. 70% of the respondents voted to keep the name. And finally, I have several questions to ask. The first being, will this name change materially alter the lives of Goose Creek schools and students? The city?
You have 1 minute.
In the past? Will it provide opportunity for all students? Will it halt the real issues that face the Black community, like fatherlessness and Black on Black murder? Will it change the fact that Goose Creek high schools are at the bottom of the 1,200 districts in Texas? Will it change the fact that Goose Creek high school students average a surprising 35% proficiency in reading? Will it change the fact that Goose Creek high school students average just 40% proficiency in math? It seems to me that the timing and the discussion of a name change is taking precedence over the actual needs of the student. This conversation has certainly divided the community, though. It has divided the community, though, where it wasn't divided before. Baytown taxpayers and students deserve better from the school board and superintendent. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Queen. Mr. Flood, do we have a next speaker? You're on mute, sir.
Sorry, my next speaker is Cynthia Pizzana. You are now unmuted.
Hello, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Hi, my name is Cynthia Pisana. I am a graduate of GCCISD schools. I'm going to be reading an excerpt of a letter that was sent to each of the board members by the Baytown Raza alumni. It was a group formed in solidarity with the Black Alumni Group. Having public institutions like schools named in honor of people like Lee simply convey a bad message. It's bad for Baytown's image, future, and economy. Many of us have chosen to raise families, launch our professions, or grow our businesses elsewhere because of this very issue regarding Baytown's social climate. The symbolism of Baytown's schools conveys that Baytown's past and present leadership finds some pedagogical value in the ideology of white supremacy. This is not only illogical, as long as names like Lee remain, it more disturbingly conveys that Baytown's leadership discounts the lives and contributions of the city's past and present Black or brown people. This is not a good message to convey for a city that has long suffered from a negative reputation as an industrial backwater in the Houston area and Gulf South. Without change, Baytown's current civic leader bear the responsibility of keeping the name and thus furthering this symbolism associated with Lee and the Confederacy. The images and ideologies associated with Lee, furthermore, do not correspond with how we want our hometown to be seen or understood. We cherish a lot of our childhood memories in Baytown because they are the only childhood memories we have. Our families did their best and made the most of what Baytown offered. It could have always offered more, however. Our families could and should have thrived without being psychologically tormented by symbolism and structures that devalue them because of their ethnic traditions or phenotypes. Many of us feel that we found success in life despite our hometowns and its schools, not because of it or
You have
there.
1 minute.
As you are elected officials responsible for the success and health of Baytown schools and the city's children, we feel that changing the name and sound of public schools should be an urgent imperative to you. If the very names of your schools bear the symbolic burden of a racist past, we suspect that the curricula of your schools also bear much room for improvement. Baytown should lead the state and region in advancing a diverse, multicultural, and anti-racist curriculum. It should not be expected to be the last place that such learning and pedagogy transpire. The current names of your schools are a source of that very expectation. Schools should be refuges from societal trauma, not the source of them. Schools should help produce a polity capable of practicing democracy, not one that helps to further obstruct it. A lot of this contradiction can be mapped within the visible symbolism of our hometown's institutions, much less in the Confederate flags that are still
Your
flown
time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pisana. Mr. Flood, do we have a speaker number 10?
Yeah, Dr. Victoria Marin. You are now unmuted.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Regents. Speaking of Sterling, a Lee College alum and a lifelong Baytonian. At the roots of who I am and all that I have done throughout my life has been centered in sharing education to young people and improving their access and inclusion in this system. Today, I'm here to ask you all to consider to think deeper about not only the name change of Robert Lee, the history of our community and its influence on our future. This is not a plea to erase history, nor does this request have anything to do with erasing the memories of those who attended Lee, such as my own mother, aunt, father-in-law, uncles, friends, students that I've worked with. This is a plea to just consider 3 things. When one looks to buy a home or make a decision to move into a community such as Baytown, they look at the school district. They have school-age children or they plan on it, they look at a school district. I have known many people who make decisions based off what they hear of this community. And oftentimes is based off of racial division, contrary to what another speaker said. The racial division occurred long ago based off the establishment of this community. I myself, as a Latina, have experienced it myself. I have seen it, I have witnessed it, I have lived it. Returning to school and being in the midst of a pandemic is a priority. I do agree with Mrs. Woods about that, and that being a priority for this board. But there's another pandemic that's gone on very long, and that is the impact on this community that has been rooted in racist, oppressive practices, behaviors, and microaggressions. So if not now, then when will we have this conversation? Addressing the renaming of Robert Lee High School has occurred at least 3 times. At least 3 times. So in closing, I just ask for a continuous conversation, for this not to be tabled till January. As an educator, I understand history, but I also understand that history has been written for many, many years now through the lens of not only wealthy white individuals, but on the basis of Southern white supremacy. I ask, plead, and beg of you to consider what legacy are you leaving as a board member, as a school district that has been elected to represent the citizens of this community. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Marron. Mr. Flood, do we have our next speaker?
Yes, our next speaker is Stephen Cox. You're now unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Cox. Thank you.
I am a graduate of Robert E. Lee of 1981. I'm calling in about the name change. I have listened to the stories people have had about being psychologically warped by the name Robert E. Lee. One of the proudest moments I had was when we were standing in the middle of Stalwart Stadium next to my brothers in arms who were Asian, Hispanic, and Black, and we all sang A Dream of Dixie. Pardon me. And we all sang that song. It is an honor to be a Robert E. Lee graduate. I just feel that if you rename the school, you will not only hurt the honor of the students who called each other brothers and sisters, but you will basically cave to outside influences of the name change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. Mr. Flood, we have another speaker.
Yes, my next speaker is Neil Hernandez. You're now unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Flood, and thank you, trustees.
As a lifelong Baytonian and a 2014 graduate of Lee, I would like to express my support for renaming the school, currently known as Robert E. Lee High School. Members of the board, there comes a time when a right decision is not always the popular decision. I'm actually here to tell you this is both the right decision and the popular decision in our community. There is no excuse. The time is now, not January, not spring. I encourage each and every one of you to be brave, to be honest, to be swift on this matter. The time to reckon with our city's racist history has come, and Baytonians both near and far are observing what you will decide to do next, with our votes and our dollars in mind, of course. Listen, I understand the initial resistance to this change for the folks who have never considered this an issue at all, like the gentleman who spoke before, or, I get it. It's in our nature as human beings to resist change at first. It's scary, I get it. However, this idea isn't new to the community, nor to the network of schools named after General Lee. The dominoes have been tumbling down one by one from Fairfax, Virginia, to Houston, Texas, Tyler, Texas, Midland, Texas, and now our home of Baytown, Texas. We are the last high school in Texas with the name Robert E. Lee. That says something. So it's not a matter of if, but a matter of when. Do not delay. Please embrace the future, embrace diversity, embrace inclusion, embrace what we all know is morally right. As I said, it's in our nature as humans to resist change, but it's also in our nature to listen to one another, empathize with each other, and ultimately support one another. That is who we are, and that is the Baytown I am proud of. The Baytown that I know works hard. We care for one another, both in our schools and out in our communities. Come what may, we join together during hardships, whether it's hurricanes, public health crises, and so on and so forth. These are not man-made, and yet we rise to the occasion and face them head on. Racism is man-made, and it's an existential hardship
1 minute left
by Black Americans every day in America. Why do we drag our feet on this issue, including subtle forms of racism like the one in discussion today? I believe it's time we come together around against this existential hardship of racism. No more honoring racists who brutalized, enslaved, and stole the liberties of Black Americans. No more to the enablement of white supremacy, of hate, and of exclusion. Let's face this issue head on too. As I close, I call on the trustees and most importantly, the members of our community listening today to come together in support of this issue. Let's have a name we can be proud of, such as John Lewis, Dolores Huerta, and so many brave Americans who appeal to our better angels, to the better angels of our nature. Thank you, and I yield my time if I have any.
That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Mr. Flood, our next speaker, please.
My next speaker is Alberto Contreras. You're now unmuted.
Can't you? Yes, my name is Albert Contreras. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm a 1970 graduate from Robert E. Lee. I'm proud to be a graduate from Robert E. Lee High School. I been around my Black friends, my white friends at Robert E. Lee. I didn't see anything going on that showed anybody doing anybody wrong. We played together. We worked together. The teachers are great at Robert E. Lee. You couldn't ask for a better teacher. You couldn't ask for a better principal, Armstrong. They had everything going right. I don't see why anybody wanted to change the name just because this happened years ago. What's happening now, it's different from what back in them slavery days. That happened, but it don't mean that I'm supposed to have hate for that Robert Lee name because he was a human being just like you and I. There's no reason to be changing names. How would you like to change your name to a different name? You wouldn't want it, right? But what I'm saying to you, all these people that went to Lee for years and years, I've got a lot of brothers and sisters, cousins and nephews that graduated from Robert Lee and played football, played in the band, all kinds of graduates from Robert Lee, and now I'm proud to be a graduate from Robert Lee. That name doesn't do anything to me. It's just that you was gone to a Lee High School. from Baytown, Texas. That's all it means. It don't mean nothing. Now, if you got hate in your heart, well, that's different, you know. You got hate, but what happened years ago, you know, we have to change and to better ourselves, not to come back and start doing things over again. That's what they're doing. You're stirring up problems than what there are.
1 minute.
So I thank God that, you know, I was born and raised here in Baytown. My daddy worked for Humble Refinery, and he's seen a lot of things, but that still don't change you for change the name of Robert Lee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Contreras. Mr. Flood, we have a next speaker, please.
My next speaker is Susan Cummings. You're now unmuted. Ms. Cummings?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Susan Cummings. I'm a lifelong resident of Baytown, Texas. My family goes back here 100 years, more than 100 years. And I'm a graduate of Robert E. Lee. I am a graduate of Ross S. Sterling High School, and I support the idea that we should be changing the name of Robert E. Lee High School. This is the time. If we cannot make this right, then we need to rethink what we're doing here. I yield my time to the next member of the Unity alumni. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cummings. Mr. Flood, do you have a next speaker?
Yep, my next speaker is Brandon Terry. You are now unmuted.
Yes, I want to thank the board for the opportunity to speak tonight. Again, my family goes back to the Great Depression and the actual naming of Goose Creek. And a certain board member, instead of stirring the pot here in Baytown, goes into Houston and has the nerve to compare Baytown's founders to Nazis. My grandfathers, both Baytonians, fought in World War II and actually fought the Nazis. There is no Nazis found among our founders. That just isn't true, as much as some people here want it to be true, to force this change. One of Baytown's brightest moments was when the school burned in 1987. I was there. I was a freshman. We went half days. Sterling went in the morning. Lee went in the afternoon. We were one. Sterling accepted us with open arms. That's what this community is about. It's Lee and Sterling, not one or the other. My parents went to Lee. My grandparents are here. I still have relatives there, aunts, uncles, cousins. This is not what Baytown's about. And Dick Olin, career coach, was at Lee for 17 years. He made a comment, not once, in the hallways of Lee High School was General Lee mentioned or the Confederacy. Never came up. It is Baytown Lee. We do not need to censor our history. We need to learn from it. All of this stuff with the Confederate monuments, there's actually I believe it was a historian on 60 Minutes
1 minute.
that said, all of these monuments that are gone, what are we going to do? Burn down Monticello next? We cannot censor our history. It's a slippery slope. We shouldn't be naming schools after anyone anymore if this is where we're going to go. And we're better than that. And the money we were going to spend to change the names of the schools, let's do it for scholarships. Let's invest in our kids. My grandsons are just starting school in Goose Creek, and you're going to punish them and take money earmarked for their education to change a name on a building? A name of a building doesn't influence anyone's success or failure. but you take money away from their education, your success and their failure is on your hands. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Terry. Mr. Flood, our next speaker in line, please.
Our next speaker is Jenny Grimsley. You're now unmuted.
Hi, yes, this is Dr. Jenny Grimsley. I'm a 1985 graduate of Robert E. Lee High School, and I'm calling out in support of the renaming of the high school. I wanted to speak today, even though I am in Tallahassee, Florida, where I've lived for 25 years, though my parents still live in Baytown and pay taxes there and vote there and live among that community. And I wanted to speak to that because I think there are a number of people, actually I know there are a number of people who don't feel that they can speak out, who live in that community because of a lot of intimidation that's occurred over this very heated topic. And of course, I understand the heat behind the topic because it is something in our community that has been there 92 years and longer. So it's something very deep and something very important at the same time. I think it's important that we consider and the board consider and the people in Baytown consider that children who go to school there now, currently, children who will go there in the future, need to be the focus of this renaming, because there were those of us in the past hurt by this, that were harmed by this, and there's no reason for harm when we can help. And the situation could be a reset. It will not change things immediately, but it's a good start for Baytown. One of the reasons I no longer live in Baytown is because of this sort of situation right here, in which you are struggling against a long-held belief that that is wrong, and that
1 minute.
sort of a feeling of being stuck in the past and an inability to move into a future that could be brighter for people, for all people. And all the children who go to school in Baytown, it's not something that's closed. Everybody graduates and they move out into the world. All of us who are speaking, who no longer live there, we have a right to speak for those children too. So everything that everyone has said previously is important. My classmates who've spoken brilliantly about this, I'm very proud of them, and I couldn't say it any better. So thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Dr. Grimsley. Mr. Flood, do we have a next speaker?
Yes, our next speaker is Jolanda Jones. You're now unmuted.
Ms. Jones, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can. Thank you. Please proceed.
So I'm going to set my timer so I don't go over the 3 minutes. So my name
Okay,
is
and
Yolanda.
I'm sorry, Mr. Sampson will also give you a 1-minute warning. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Board President, the board, and the superintendent. My name is Jolanda Jones, and I was formerly a trustee at the Houston Independent School District, and we went through this in January of 2016. We were called racist. We were accused of wasting money. We were accused of somehow trying to change history. And all I will say now, like I said then, is I wanted to be on the right side of history then. So I'm speaking to you as a former board member who actually did this. So we had a Robert E. Lee in Houston. We changed it. I actually attended Lanier Middle School, which was named after Sidney Lanier. He was a Confederate as well. I went, like I said before, I went to that school and I changed it, and I got called all kinds of sons of God. But at the end of the day, you've got to stand for something or you'll fall for anything. And what is really sad is the world is talking about this because this is a worldwide problem. And I hope, wish, and pray that Baytown does not want to be stuck on the wrong side of history. White privilege and white fragility is real. This is a human rights fight. I can't explain to people who aren't black and who don't live the black experience what it's like, but the vestiges of slavery are still here. The police were started to catch slaves after they were emancipated. So I say that to say this. I'm a criminal defense lawyer by day. I get a lot of cases out of Baytown because some of it is in Harris County. And we have a lot of problems with racial profiling of black and brown people in Baytown with the police. So anyone who wants to embrace someone who...
You got 1 minute.
Yes, thank you. Anyone who wants to support that, I'm going to pray for you. But I will say to you, like I said when I was on Houston on the school board, that I proudly changed. I think there were 8 school names. We spent the money. HISD is still educating kids. Nothing died. And I also said for my Latino brothers and sisters, if we wanted to change names of schools where people took land from Mexicans because Texas was Mexico, I was all for that as well. And if schools were named after Nazis, and yeah, I said it and I meant it, there's no way anyone would accept that because people value the innate importance and humanity of Jewish people. All we ask as black people and people of color is that you give us that same level of dignity and respect. So I respectfully ask for you to be courageous, do what's right on the side of history, and rename that school from being Robert E. Lee to something else that's more indicative of a district that loves everyone and respects everyone's humanity. Thank you.
Your time is up, Miss.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Mr. Flood, do we have our next speaker?
Yes, our next speaker is, I'm going to say this wrong, Takalisha Blanchard. You're now unmuted.
There was a question whether changing the name will change the experience of Black Americans. As a Black American, allow me to answer that. Yes, it will. Good evening. Many of you know me, respect me, and have even cheered for me in one aspect or another. Whether that be when I was voted Miss Lee, note the irony, as a cheerleader or homecoming queen, on the track or running for city council. Today, however, I implore you to do more than listen, more than simply clap for my accolades. I want you to see me and feel my message. A common standard resonates today in the best interest of the child. The ultimate act of selflessness is to exhibit compassion and understanding, sympathy and or empathy, an expectation we hold those who volunteer to make decisions on behalf of children to. Our children, your children, Baytown's children. It too is expected for these decisions to be made for the masses, not just those who identify with a particular culture. Decisions that are thoughtfully and purposefully inclusive. Forcing minority families to swallow their integrity by couching the ideologies of a man who had an opportunity to be on the proper side of history when offered the position to lead the Union, but chose rather to lead an army of men who believed that an institution of slavery was appropriate. The very institution that considered people of African descent to be chattel and nothing more than a tool to aid in Southern economics. Thus, as history proves, an institution that also withheld the opportunities for those who look like me to seek a formal education. This is the same history advocates to keep the name have such a deep admiration for and wish to preserve in a symbolic fashion. Educators and people with distinguished titles, I don't have to impress upon you the importance or detriments a symbol can cause. I trust that your vision is not clouded by invalid arguments or misconceptions. It is disrespectful and an insult to the intelligence of this board, the advocates for the name change, and the general public to have the opposing side continue to perpetuate an argument led by heritage and pride of some as a standard for all. I anticipate you will hear very passionate arguments from the opposing side about how Lee was well decorated
You got 1 minute.
and highly respected by his peers and foes alike. While this is true, it seems yet again the pride of some is expected to be the standard for all. There will be points about the deep ingrained history and connection individual families have to the school and the Confederate symbols the school has already sought to do away with. the Brigadiers, the Dixie Song, and the Confederate flag that once flew on campus grounds. Quite possibly an indication that those in power, such as yourselves, have already acknowledged the pain and harm these things have caused as justification for their removal. A vote to keep the name sends a message to the community that, hey, we've already done enough. Remember, your job is to consider the students of today and tomorrow. They are your priority. It is a fallacy that people have been silent regarding these issues. The reality is the discussion has circulated for decades in communities of color. Take into account the very real experiences of the students from yesterday to create a standard that based in fact and inclusive for all. In closing, I want to remind you that the history is not tangible. Therefore, it cannot be erased. Yet as we live in the present, we hold the power to appropriately analyze what once was and create
Your
a
time is
inclusive
up.
history for our students moving forward.
Time is up.
Thank you, Ms. Blanchard. Mr. Flood, do you have our next speaker?
Yes, our next speaker is Hector Vela. You're now unmuted.
Yes, hi, hello. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you guys for your time. My name is Hector Vela. I'm a 2012 graduate from Robert E. Lee High School, and I'm here in support of changing the name of my alma mater. In particular, I have many points. I want to start off with one that I think that, although important, is arguably the least important: economics. The truth of the matter is that no one's going to want to go to Baytown, Baytown Lee High School because it's named after Robert E. Lee, right? No one's going to want to move to Baytown when we have this conflicted racial past. In particular, I'd like to bring up a document that was created by the AIA Center for Communities by Design. This document was created in 1990s, essentially a report for urban development of Baytown. And to those of the previous speakers who mentioned this is a new thing, this race problem is a new thing, that is not true. At the very least, as of 1990s, this particular group of urban development planners mentioned that Mexicans and blacks lived in a separate and most probably unequal company town from those from the white workers lived in. In that same report, they mentioned how Baytown's Black and Hispanic population are widely perceived as a problem, either to be solved or to be ignored, depending on the person speaking. These are just, two examples from the same report that list how race has always been an issue in Baytown's past. And to say and to argue that this is a new race issue is frankly insulting to those people who have lived in Baytown, have experienced race issues. And the past is one thing, but let's take into consideration the race issue with police. Right, mentioned by the most recent speaker, I believe. Officer Brown was recently called out on, I believe, at least relief from duty in Baytown Police Department because he harassed and assaulted a black man in Baytown, Texas, for no particular reason. To my understanding, the black man has not been charged with the crime yet to this day. Right, so Baytown's racial history is not a new one, and if we want Baytown to be successful, we can't depend on Exxon forever. We must change our ways in order to court people to move, to court businesses to move there. Second, I believe you as a school board have a moral responsibility to support all of your students. Robert E. Lee High School is predominantly black and brown students, and if you continue to leave that name,
1 minute.
you insult, and thank you for my reminder, you insult their legacy, their history, their ancestry every single time they walk into those doors, right? Mr. Bollinger, with all due respect, I remember you being one of the APs at my high school during my time there. And in that time, I know you and the rest of my admin were kind, respectful, and professional amongst all black and brown students. But when you let this name consistently stay, you are ignoring that past that you and I live, Mr. Bollinger. Moving on, and talking about Baytown, let's not forget that this school board, pardon me, I shouldn't say this school board, I don't know who is a new school member or not, but members of this school board let Baytown citizens bully you into kicking out Dr. Cavazos, a brand new school board member, because he adamantly, successfully, and wanted to advocate for Latino students, and instead you guys let citizens boot him out. All right, you guys have a responsibility to your students, to your community, to change the name of Robert Lee High School to show them that you are no longer going to support systems of racial supremacy for all students. Thank you for your time, and I yield the rest of mine.
Thank you, Mr. Vela. Mr. Flood, do we have our next speaker, please?
Yes, our next speaker is Margaret Matthews. You're now unmuted.
Hello, my name is Margaret Matthews, and I graduated from Robert E. Lee in 1976. No time was I at Lee High School was there any kind of race problem. I did not see it. And there's no racist at all. The only time there's a racist issue is when people keep pointing at it. They need to quit living in the past and see what's going on now. some people come up here and start complaining about little things about, removing history. If we don't have history, what are we going to do better for ourselves? We have to look back to do better. And this Robert E. Lee has always been a good school, and everybody that went there loved each other. There was no hate. So I don't know why they're bringing this hate up. And it's just, I just don't understand. I was in the Concerned Citizens of Baytown, and I was involved with civil liberties, and there was no hate. You have to sit down at the table and you have to discuss and do things and move forward. You can't be looking at the past and be pointing at people's names and monuments and tearing them down just because they offend you. If things offended me, I would have the Alamo, the monument. I mean, it's ridiculous. People need to grow up and knock that chip off their shoulder. Life goes on and you make better of yourself. This races, there is no races. You see blacks and whites and Mexicans and blacks, and they're all mixed. I have a granddaughter that's mixed. There's no race at all. Everybody loves each other until people keep pointing at it and bringing it up. And it's ridiculous. And the only time they bring it up when there's politics involved. And that's the only reason they're bringing this up. They're bringing hate into Baytown, and Baytown is not hate. And Robert E. Lee was given an award for historical marker in 2013. What's all that about? They were proud of it, of Robert E. Lee. Now they're trying to take it away. We're all proud of Robert E. Lee. That's something we grew up with. We were proud to be a Gander. So they're trying to take that away from us. That's not right. Just because few are mad at politics, that's all what it's about. Is politics. And they need to quit bringing all this hate to Baytown, because that's all it is. But bunch of people that are hating on this, and people that are speaking up that are white. Really, they've never felt any kind of race. I was a Mexican, and I was at the Robert E. Lee, and there was no hate there. Everybody cared for each other. They're just bringing this up now because of politics, and that's all they're doing. So they need to stop, because Baytown's not about hate. It's about community. It's about being glad that you went to Lee High School and Ross Sterling, and we were all teens.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews. Mr. Flood, do we have a next speaker?
Yeah, our next speaker is Orlando Lara. You're now unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, Mr. Lara.
Hi, I am calling in actually from California. I'm a graduate student out here, but I taught at Lee College for 3 years, and then taught at TCU for another year. But while I was at Lee College, something that stayed with me is I read a lot of essays by students whenever I asked them to write about race and their experiences, and they brought up these Confederate names in addition to all kinds of microaggressions. And before I got my new job at TCU, there was a growing group of students that wanted to begin to change these names. This was 3 years ago. So this is not new. There's a long legacy. And what's happened is that communities of color have been silenced into being quiet. But I'm writing today again as a member and co-founder of the Ethnic Studies Network of Texas, a network dedicated to advancing ethnic studies and racial equity in public schools throughout Texas. I come directly from the kickoff of a week-long ethnic studies web series that is supporting the preparation of more than 70 educators from throughout the state to teach Mexican American studies and African American studies and develop a strong understanding of ethnic studies frameworks and the positive impact they have on student learning. That's to say, I'm excited for the future of Texas. However, I remain concerned that there are too many voices in places such as Baytown who want to succumb to the specter of regionalism, not as a valid argument, but as a shield from legitimate concern and criticism, not just from local community members, but at the state and national level as well. The issue of Confederate names is a national issue. It's a state issue, and race itself is a global issue, because This involves, because it involves how we narrate the history of an entire population, a war that nearly divided the
You have 1
country,
minute.
and because Baytown is quickly becoming one of the few places that has a school named after Robert E. Lee. Robert E. Lee is not a neutral historical figure. And the choice of naming Robert E. Lee High School was not a neutral choice in 1928. Black and Mexican American members of the Baytown community were not polled. They did not have the chance to testify at a public hearing like this one or even vote for their decision makers. Um, so the decision to name Robert E. Lee High School after Confederate general was neither democratic nor innocent of racial bias. It was part of a concerted effort through the South to keep racial superiority in place. Therefore, the decision to give the school its current name was never legitimate. It is a stain on Baytown's history and it needs to be corrected. The board can make that decision today. I ask that you do what you know is right and part of your job duty.
Your
Live
time
up to
is
the
up.
mission of the values of Goose Creek ISD and respect diversity and education for all children.
Thank you, Mr. Lara. Mr. Flood, do we have our next speaker, please?
Yeah, my next speaker is Felicia Young. You're now unmuted.
Hi, my name is Felicia Young, and I grew up in Highlands and Baytown, graduate of Ross S. Sterling High School, and I'm here today also as a former employee of Lee College and a graduate of Lee College as well. I'm just here to speak in support of the name change. I wanted to join in solidarity with my primarily Black and Brown alumni that have called for this to be changed, for the name of Robert E. Lee to be changed. You know, I'm hearing a lot of discussion about, oh, none of this was an issue when I went to school there. And actually, a lot of us that live here know that this has been a continuous point of tension in our community for many years. The discussion has come up time and time again for the name of Robert E. Lee to be changed. And I think that just because it has been able to be effectively squashed down does not mean that there is not an issue. You know, this desire for there to be an absence of tension doesn't mean that there's actually justice, you know, occurring. And so, you know, I think that if you've lived your life in Baytown feeling as though there was no issue or that this hasn't been a point of discussion, I think that that is a testament to your privilege and probably your white privilege, because intimidating people into being quiet about an issue, you know, is not the same as there not being one. And then to the point about us wanting to erase history, it's not an erase of history. We want to be true and honest about history and really, you know, come to terms with our local history. I think that there's quite a few people speaking this evening who are not aware of our local history. In the 1920s, Baytown was a huge hub for the KKK. My alma mater, Ross S. Sterling High School, it's named after Ross S. Sterling, who was a member of the KKK here in Baytown. So that is deep in our history. And what we're asking our community to do is really have you know, a long look at ourselves and be honest with ourselves and to decide to do better, because we do know better, and we need to do away with the whitewashed version of history, because as we can see here, it has been successful in whitewashing history and making people believe that these great tarnishes on our character, our nation's character, never happened or were not as they were. So please, I implore you to do the right thing, and to please listen to the Black and Brown students that have come forward to say how much that this has affected them, for a better, you know, a better environment for the students coming in now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Mr. Flood, our next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Carrie DeWitt. You're now unmuted.
Hi, I was born and raised in Baytown. I grew up there, graduated from Lee in '95. I was a brigadier Missing not one game, marched every Friday night, and it was a very diversely, racially brigadier group. We did not have, it was not racial in any manner whatsoever. I feel that changing the name takes away the history of Baytown. I mean, there's been a tarnished past. Everybody has a past. The things we have to do is change from here forward. Not the name. Changing the name doesn't change anything. It's the attitude of the people that need to grow and change. I did not experience anything of racial at all through school. And I never knew of anything growing up there. So I don't see, I guess I don't understand. I understand some certain things, but I just don't, with the history, if we take the historical mark away, and it just changes a lot of other things. And it would be harder for the people who graduated in the tradition of it than to, I don't know. This doesn't, to me, it's not going to make any sense. I think that it should be a vote if it was to be changed. I think it should be a citywide vote for all the citizens to choose or to have a say in it, not just not just the board, you guys. It shouldn't be just on y'all's shoulders. It should be on the whole city. It should be a vote of the city. That's my opinion. I feel that it would be most fair if it was to move forward and to be done, to be changed. It should go to a group. Like all the schools should be under one kind of blanket, all the high schools, not named after anybody. It should be under Goose Creek or the Ganders, or however it is changed, does move in that. I had to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. DeWitt. Mr. Flood, our next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Paul Arago. You are now unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Dear Goose board members, thank you for giving me time to speak. Although I'm not a citizen of Baytown, I have spent a great deal of time working at Lee College. I support your efforts to rename Robert E. Lee High School. It might not be a popular decision, but it will be the right thing to do. Just as the closing of older school buildings and integrating blacks and whites into new facilities was in the early 1960s. This was a proactive move by the Board of Trustees taken prior to the passage of the Civil Rights Act. Now is the appropriate time for Goose Creek ISD Board to take another proactive step by changing the name of the school. For most of us white Americans, the name Robert E. Lee is not synonymous with hatred or someone we hold with great disdain. The only analogy I can come up with would be if we had named Robert E. Lee High School after Adolf Hitler or Joseph Stalin. Just thinking of naming a school after these men makes me physically ill. I ask you to take a stand by renaming Robert E. Lee High School to something we can all take pride in. I support your deliberations and will pray that you have the courage to make the right decision despite great opposition. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Arrigo. Mr. Flood, our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Christopher Rincon. You're now unmuted.
Good afternoon. Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, thank you for inviting me to speak. I graduated from Robert E. Lee High School, class of 1988, and I'm calling about the name change. I'm letting you know I stand in solidarity with the Black Gander alumni. You know, I think about this and the future, and I want our children to be free of the evils of this world. It's such a high ideal that is not realistic. I understand. But when you can come together to do one thing, however small, this is always the right choice. With these changing times, our Baytown student demographic has also changed, and it is no longer appropriate to honor a Confederate general. He was a symbol of segregation, which we resolved in Brown versus Board of Education long before many of us were even born. So let us leave the past in the past and cast a final vote against segregation. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rincon. Mr. Flood, our next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Linda Hendricks. Ms. Hendricks, you're now unmuted.
Hello?
Can you hear? Yes.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Okay. Thanks for having me this afternoon. I'm a 1959 graduate of Robert E. Lee High School and quite proud of it. Robert E. Lee is the foundation of Baytown.
Ms. Hendricks, your sound has cut out. Is there any way that you can?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you again.
Okay, I changed apparatus. I'm sorry. Changing the name may not seem so important to newcomers to Baytown, but we who have spent all of our lives here and away feel much disappointment. Our nation and other nations are in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic. Several loved ones have also died. We're also on the eve of a very stressful election. Schools are closed, and now someone wants to change the name of Baytown's most reliable foundation. We celebrated our 60th class reunion in 2019, and one of our highlights was our picture taken in front of Robert E. Lee. We had graduates from all over the United States, and they talked mostly about our time at Robert E. Lee. Not to forget, we have a Texas historical marker dedicated on 2013. The purpose of the school opening in 1928 was to become the center of the community activities, including churches, civic events, and so forth. The school has modernized both academics, and athletics to remain a much-needed high school named Robert E. Lee. Please consider keeping this name change at this time. In all our lives, we can use something positive to keep us going. Once a Gander, always a Gander. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hendricks. Mr. Flood, do you have some more signed up? Okay. Our next speaker, please.
All right, our next speaker is Brittany Standifer. You're now unmuted.
My name is Brittany Standifer. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I just want to say that what's the point of changing the name? And since my grandfather, me, my stepdad, and his brother went to Lee, and so did my sister-in-law went to Lee as well. Just not since we had his 9th-year anniversary, I went to it. It's just not fair to change the name after all these years. And that's all I have to say about it.
Thank you, Ms. Standifer. Mr. Flood, do we have a next speaker, please?
Right. What did I say?
Misty Gray is my next speaker. I'm going to unmute you now.
Okay. Do I need to come up here?
Okay.
Mr. Flood, who was our next speaker, please?
Those are all that I can find based off the names. There may be some that just signed in with their first name only or just their last name. That's why I was trying to guess at those individuals. So I don't know how you want to handle
Well,
them.
do you have 3 or 2 or 3 more maybe? I thought we had 29 and I think we're at 26. Huh? I've written down 26. You got 28. Well, I'm sorry. 28? Right, okay.
I've
So
got
I'm
one.
thinking there's 2 more. Okay.
One more is Heron Thomas. Let me see if I can go ahead and mute.
Coach
Heron?
Thomas, come on.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir, we can. Thank you.
I'm coming to the school board and superintendent to ask you to change the name of Robert E. Lee High School. I'm a lifelong resident of Baytown and served Goose Creek first as a student, an athlete, a substitute, a teacher, a coach, and as an administrator. Many people will tell you that Lee High School was a great place to be and that no one has ever had a problem with the school being named after a racist Confederate general that would have had someone that looked like me enslaved for my entire life. Please don't be naive or listen to people that assume that just because they never had this conversation with their families, and many families did in fact talk about this situation often. As a student, I had to toe the line and keep my opinions and thoughts to myself, or I would be punished and labeled as a troublemaker. Similar to slavery and Jim Crow time, people who spoke out or went against the status quo were made examples of. Sadly, this is the same feeling that many African American employees feel still to this day. The symbolism and honoring of General Lee has been and continues to be a slap in the face to all of those that feel that racism, segregation, and hate do not belong in our wonderful community. Soon the board will send a message to the community and we will know what values you hold based on the way you vote. When we continue to honor a general that symbolizes hate, racism, inequality, and a school name that at the time of its original construction did not allow people of color. The name was wrong then, and it's wrong now. The district sent a message out and stated, Goose Creek CISD must address racism head on. Our students and our staff members deserve nothing less. Our community deserves nothing less. We must all speak up when we hear of an act of intolerance, especially in one of our schools, classrooms, or facilities. We must confront the situation and immediately take action. Now is the time to back those words up and prove that you believe what you say and take immediate action to rename the school. Sadly, we're the last district in the state that still bears this Confederate's name.
1 minute.
Which sends a clear message that this district still wishes to uphold ideology that aligns with the painful and hateful time period that embraced white supremacy, hate, and inequality. Those of you that think we should wait and take a back seat should study Dr. Martin Luther King, who said the time is always right to do what is right. Many are watching and observing this decision, as well as a sign that we are valued or we are not. Our district's legacy depends on your vote, so please change the name. Once a Gander, always a Gander, but never a Confederate. Sincerely, a proud class of 99 Gander graduates. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. That was 28 speakers. Did we have another
No, ma'am. We've tried to go through the list and we've tried to contact everybody that we had to skip on the list to see if they were able to speak or able to connect. So I think we've done the best we can for tonight.
Yeah, Miss Hendricks from the beginning was able to speak here toward the end, so we didn't skip anyone else.
I had some other people that were sorry. I had other people that were signed up that we've gone down the list and either tried to call them to see if they wanted to, and some have passed on their time.
Okay.
So we try the best we can to get them connected or see if they wanted to be connected.
Okay. All right, so at this time, we have concluded the live portion of citizen participation, and I would like if the board would agree with me to take a 5-minute recess at this time.
So moved.
So moved. Any opposed? Okay, so 5-minute recess. Don't go away, folks. We'll be right back, and we will continue with our agenda. Thank you. Okay, thank you, everyone, for a short, quick break. We will now return to the agenda. Item number 3, citizens' participation. The board has received several communications from individuals who signed up through the proper channel with an email letter submission with the request that those be in the public comment portion. So at this time, we have decided that we will honor that by reading their letters into the record. I believe we have 14 letters, and we're sharing them. So we're going to begin with Mr. Clem. If you will begin with your 2 letters and 3 letters, and we'll just go from there. And Mr. Sampson is timekeeping the submissions at 3-minute maximum. So if you will begin.
All right. And I'm on?
You are on.
Oh, yes. Thanks. Just making sure.
I'm sorry, if everyone else will please mute so we don't have feedback. Mute until your turn to read into the record. I would appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. This first one is from Leonard Shoemaker. Dear GCCISD board members, it has come to our attention that one California self-described activist, history revisionist agitator has demanded that you erase our history because some 2%ers are offended by the General Robert E. Lee. History is a great teacher, and those who do not learn from it are doomed to repeat it. My wife and I attended Goose Creek Independent School District schools and graduated from Robert E. Lee High School in 1956 and 1958, respectively. I graduated from Texas A&M in 1961, and my wife holds a BA from Virginia Intermont College and an MA from Seton Hill University. Our education in Goose Creek Independent School District schools and Robert E. Lee High School has enabled us to succeed in life and live the American dream. In my 83rd year, I find it astonishing that you would seriously consider this request demand to destroy our history. Where does this end? Following the anarchist line of reasoning, perhaps we should change the name of the state of Texas, Texas University, Texas A&M University, Texas Tech, and the cities of Houston, Austin, and numerous other Texas cities because someone is offended by their names. But why stop there? Why not rename all of the 254 Texas counties that are named for patriots who died so there could be a state of Texas and or a United States of America because someone is offended by their names? Why not change the name of all former Confederate states or even the United States of America because someone is offended by them? I am sure these radical Marxist activists who are attempting to destroy the United States of America as we speak can come up with some even more destructive ideas and will, if not stopped. On behalf of the thousands upon thousands of proud Robert E. Lee High School graduates since 1928, we urge the school board to vote to retain the name of our beloved school. Thanks in advance for your positive consideration and vote to retain. Respectfully, Leonard W. Shoemaker and Bobby Jean Foster Shoemaker. The next one is from Craig Hall. I am a 1989 graduate of REL, and my brother and my father-in-law and my daughter all went to Lee High School. Leave it alone. There is nothing wrong with the name. He was a good man who did good things. The school has been named this since 1928. It is time to take a stand and leave it alone. Mr. Poppy?
This is from Keith Hatch. Mrs. Woods, I have recently read your response to several people in opposition to removing the name of Robert E. Lee from REL High School and your implied support in keeping the name as it is and shirking your duty as a member of the board tasked with guiding the district through issues and obstacles both simple and difficult. None of your excuses for not taking up the issue are valid or acceptable. The current pandemic situation closed district schools in March, and if there has not been work done on planning for eventual reopening until now, then you are complacent in an abject failure to the students and faculty of the district. However, I do not believe that this topic has gone without discussion or planning. The response also implies that the board is unable to handle more than one topic at a time. I don't believe I need to go through the minutes of every meeting and pass agendas to find proof that only a single topic at a time is handled. Your assertion also implies a lack of fortitude and capability of the board to perform the duties necessary to lead the district if it is unable to handle these issues concurrently. There is a suggestion that the subject of the name change and its effects deserve a deeper dive and discourse within the community. Here you present another false assumption that the legacy of Robert E. Lee, what he fought for and represented, and the reason buildings were named for him and fellow Confederates and monuments erected at the same time period in the early 20th century as the name was chosen for the campus in question. What deeper dive is needed than a bloody war fought to defend slavery by Lee that ended in his surrender and the defeat of the cause he betrayed his country for? Slavery was constitutionally abolished in 1865. Even with this, there was no equality, and legal protections from discrimination were not enacted until 1964. Several hundred years of dealing with slavery and its legacy has been researched and dissected many times over. There is no deep dive needed, and rather disturbing that some people feel it is not settled matter that slavery and those that fought to support it do not deserve adulation, especially false adulation based on
1 minute.
any other action, as if the blood of human bondage was not enough to stain whatever reputation they have carried in their community. Which brings me to the importance of Lee to this community. There is no link to this building and this region other than that he commanded forces of rebellion for the CSA. He did not reside here, he did not fight here, and he did not contribute in any way other than a symbol of unjust rebellion to keep the Southern institution of slavery and as a figurehead of white supremacy in the post-Civil War era. Districts in his home state and the state of government of his home state, which he was so fiercely valued more than his country and the lives of those held in bondage, are now removing his name and monuments. Is a figure revered by the KKK and white supremacists fitting for the institution of learning? This is a question that requires no deep dive at all. The campus was built in 1928. The district did not integrate until 1967. Why wasn't the name of the black school chosen to carry on as the integrated high school? A school named after a man who made a more positive impact to society than REL. All right, next is from Jean and Claude of Washington. We support removing Robert E. Lee's name from Robert E. Lee High School. In 1928, in the tradition of Texas-mandated segregation, the Goose Creek Consolidated Independent School District founded and named Baytown's first high school in Robert E. Lee's honor. This was a white majority segregation decision. For the black community, and especially for our black students, Robert E. Lee's legacy has been both a symbol and also a vivid reminder that slavery, segregation, racism, and more importantly, white supremacy were Lee's fundamental convictions. Unfortunately, black and white students were not allowed to attend Robert E. Lee High School classes until 1967 due to Texas segregation. Therefore, for 92 years, the Baytown community paid a tremendous price in taxes for segregated education. The black and white students could not have been attending schools together and would have saved the community thousands of dollars. Robert E. Lee was a segregationist and his Washington College presidency barred black students from attending. Lee is on record for stating before the U.S. Congress that black people were inferior and did not have the intellectual capacity to either participate in politics or vote in elections. Surprisingly, with little or no input from the black community, the Baytown white community was comfortable with Lee's beliefs and agreed that placing his name on the high school was an honorable image for the Baytown community. Finally, Robert E. Lee's nephew, Robert W. Lee IV, pastor of Unifor Church, in his June 7, 2020 Washington Post opinion editorial entitled "Robert E. Lee is my ancestor. Take down his statue and let his cause be lost." His nephew offered insight and thoughtful criticism that adds considerable relevance to our recommendation that we remove his name from Robert E. Lee High School. We conclude our recommendation with the 5 key statements that Robert W. Lee IV, his nephew, shared in the above referenced opinion. We quote, 1. The Civil War was fought for states' rights to enslave African people in the United States of America. 2. The statue of my
1 minute.
ancestor has stood for years in Richmond as an idol of this white supremacist mindset. The statue is a hollow reminder of a painful ideology and acts of oppression against Black people. Taking it down will provide new opportunities for conversation, relationship, and policy change. 3. The new cause of this country is about justice, equality, peace, and concord. 4. We can give the gift of Southern hospitality and community instead of passing on whose seditial, historical, and oppressive understanding of the world. 5. We must begin anew each morning to redeem the world and atone for the past. We embrace these courageous words from Robert W. Lee IV, Lee's nephew. Most importantly, in the same context, we support the removal of Robert E. Lee's name from Robert E. Lee High School. I'm
done. Okay, and just a reminder, these letters are being read by trustees that were submitted through the online participation portal. I have a letter from Ms. Helen Barrett Timms, July 20th, 2020. Goose Creek CISD Board of Trustees. School is a place where every student should feel safe and valued, and where the best of leaders are presented as role models. To that end, it's perfectly reasonable that those who are the face of an institution should be able to identify with that institution and not feel ashamed to proclaim its virtues boldly and to have their names associated with it. Sadly, this is not the case for Robert E. Lee High School, where the vast majority, if not all of the students, do not share the views or have much in common with the late General Robert E. Lee. It isn't now and never should have been acceptable for one who fought to destroy the Union and enslave a people he esteemed to the point of affixing their name to a public institution. We've moved beyond the time of the not-so-distant 50s, 60s, and 70s, when monuments were raised, schools, streets, parks, etc., in response to white resistance to equality for all and a portending change in demographics. Resistance born of Brown versus Board of Education and the Civil Rights Movement after the Supreme Court unanimously struck down segregation in public schools. It is time to move forward and look at rebranding schools that honor Confederate icons. Now our efforts must be to remove, rename, change mascots and images in our schools and communities that herald a dark period, because America can and must do better. School districts and other public institutions should examine public facilities emblazoned with the names of Confederate leaders, and in the case of Goose Creek CISD and Robert E. Lee High School, note the school ethnic breakdown, 88% minority and 10% non-Hispanic white. We owe to all our students an inclusive and nurturing environment, one that stresses the value of everyone and the principles upon which this country was founded, on freedom, equality, and justice for all. Sincerely, Helen Barrett Timms. My next letter is submitted by Yolanda Irby Smith and Derek R. Smith, July 29th, GCCISD School Board. With the current climate in our country and the renewed focus on correcting racial injustice, now is the time to change the name of Robert E. Lee High School, which was built in 1928 during a time of governmentally enforced segregation. At that time, many people supported the values of the Confederacy and looked upon Robert E. Lee as a hero, but that is far from the truth. Robert E. Lee and the Confederacy as a whole committed the act of treason in fighting to break away from the United States of America. And despite attempts at revisionist history, the impetus for that split was the institution of slavery. The name Robert E. Lee, along with other representations of the Confederacy, is not a welcoming symbol for many citizens of our country, particularly African Americans. So much has changed since the days of segregation and the enforcement of Jim Crow laws, And now is the time to acknowledge the history of unfair treatment of African Americans and other minorities in our country. Robert E. Lee is not the virtuous hero that some people would like to portray him as. For the sake of brevity, we will not go into further detail, but instead suggest you read the article, The Myth of the Kindly General Lee by Adam Serwer for the Atlantic magazine, website given theatlantic.com. Currently, people of all races across the United States are protesting to bring about a change in systemic racism. In order for positive change to come about, the removal of symbols that represent inequality and the sin of slavery is vital. These symbols belong in museums in which they can be displayed under the proper context and not as public displays for the citizens of our country. There is a myriad of reasons that can be presented in favor of changing the name of Lee High School, but what defense is there for preserving it, other than a misguided sense of tradition based in racism and white supremacy? School names should represent the diversity of our country and leaders who respected and promoted the ideals described in the U.S. Constitution, namely that all men are created equal. Robert E. Lee is not the only racist and slave owner who has a school named after him, but as a Confederate general, he is one of the biggest symbols of racist propaganda and a cultural icon for Confederate apologists. We are asking that you take a stand against racist iconography and change the name of Robert E. Lee High School to one that all Baytonians can be proud of, reflecting both fairness and equality. Sincerely, Yolanda Irby Smith, retired GCCISD teacher and administrator, Derek R. Smith, CFISD teacher, and Ross S. Sterling, class of 2001. Mr. Cotter, you're up.
Can't hear you.
All right, let's try that. I was just saying I won the lottery and I have 3 to read. So this is from Judy Millhouse, graduate of Carver High School and Baytown resident. Mr. Randall O'Brien, Superintendent of Schools, it lists the rest of us, July 26, 2020. We as a nation are in the midst of change. It is change that is due time to happen, when people of color are standing arm in arm, shielded by walls of moms, dads, and veterans. In order to bring attention to systemic racism and police brutality, then maybe it is time we all take heed. Maybe it is time we all stop and listen. Better yet, maybe it's time we act. As we know, recent nationwide protests began with the jaw-dropping killing of George Floyd in Minneapolis in May. It's been over 2 months since Floyd, a Houston native, was allegedly killed at the hands of a police officer. The aftermath, in some instances, has been explosive. Protesters and police have clashed, there have been arrests, and Confederate statues have been toppled over. Of course, there are those people who are not ready for change that represents equality for all. Those people have plowed through marching crowds using vehicles as a weapon. Those people have pointed weapons and made threats of harm. Still, the demonstrators for equality continue, and rightly so. So let me ask you a question. Will the Goose Creek Consolidated Independent School District Board represent itself as the inertia needed for a push towards change, or will it be a driver behind the wheel of a deadly car determined to kill a dream deferred? Today you make that decision. Today you determine whether Baytown and the Goose Creek School District head in the right direction. Those steps begin with officially voting to change the name of Robert E. Lee High School, an honor that is not deserving of a man who had ties with the Confederacy and its ugly Civil War, a war fought to keep Black people enslaved. When you vote to act on this change, do it for future generations of students who must learn that the past is the past and the future is the future. Show them that slavery was wrong, that the Civil War was wrong, the Confederacy was wrong. But don't just agree.
1 minute.
Don't just say it. Change the name and show it with your final vote. That way you change the future for the better. It's time we act. Sincerely, Judy Millhouse, graduate of Carver High School and Baytown resident. This next one is from Gene Cartwright. History is written in indelible ink. Who I am is not important. That I am a native of Baytown and proud graduate of George Washington Carver High School, named for an American patriot, professor, and inventor born in 1860 in the slave state of Missouri, is but a footnote. that I am a former engineer, a Pulitzer named author, and an inactive Marine is dwarfed by my role as a father and as a son of late lifetime Baytown residents Elmer and Marie Cartwright. What is important is where you stand at this pivotal crossroad regarding honoring the Confederacy, whose aim and mission was to preserve slavery. What will be your contribution to the history being written today? What will be your testament? Statues, monuments, naming of structures, when a statue or monument is erected, when a street, building, bridge, school, or other public structure is named after an individual or event, a resounding statement is made for all to witness. By such acts, those responsible proclaim agreement with, unqualified belief in, and forever embrace all acts, beliefs, and attitudes of those so honored, no matter how despicable or heinous. This is no trivial thing. God bless America, in God we trust. You've heard these words, you've repeated them. The latter is on our money. You claim to revere those who have paid the ultimate price in defense of this country. Some of us, whose descendants arrived in the bowels of slave ships filled with humans, made by that same God, many caked in their excrement and still chained to deceased fellow slaves, have also fought for America and freedoms yet denied or grudgingly granted. So how does any patriotic, God-loving American praise and honor those who fought to destroy a God-blessed America? America's soil was drenched in the blood of 650,000 dead. Scavenger-picked bones lay bleached in searing sun. How do you honor someone who condoned and ordered the enslavement, torture, and deaths of fellow humans created by the God in whom you trust? Why? Where do you stand? Will you engrave your name alongside someone who dishonored and sought to destroy America, or will you stand on the right side of history your descendants will respect? America thanks you for renaming Robert E. Lee High School. Even racist, traitorous Robert E. Lee, as recorded in his writings, would approve. George Washington Carver High School gets my nomination. Respectfully. And last, this is from Robert Swanigan. My name is Robert Swanigan. I grew up in Baytown, Texas, and had an active role in several nonprofit community-based organizations in Baytown. I'm also a proud graduate of George Washington Carver High School, Lee College, and the University of Houston at Clear Lake. I was always proud to work with organizations that wanted to improve the lives of Baytown senior citizens and young people in the most positive manner. I support the issue of changing the names of academic institutions in Baytown. I see this as an opportunity to make a positive change that will enhance the whole community and demonstrate progressive thinking. It is inclusive for all citizens of Baytown. Currently, our nation is struggling with this issue and taking actions which have resulted in both positive and negative results. I support efforts that are truly based upon positive change and also attempts to correct past mistakes. This course of action will not be easy, but it will be correct. Sincerely, Robert Swanigan.
Okay, can you hear me? Yes. Okay, perfect. Okay, first one is from J. Warren Singleton, and it's titled Letter Black Male's Perspective on Confederate Symbols and Renaming of Schools. As a Black male and longtime resident of Baytown, I want to share a harsh reality with you. I am someone who grew up with those Confederate statues in the South that are being toppled. As young Blacks, we had learned to ignore them, not think about them, and go about our business. If we had thought more about what they stood for, we would have been very angry. Now that we all have experienced violence together, we are more willing to believe that Black people are not just trying to cause trouble about many things. They were simply begging for help, often in the frustrating way that they had to do things. Many of my friends asked me if I was going to get involved in the movement to rename the Baytown Robert E. Lee High School. Many of them asked me to write an article or letter to the editor. Being the individual that I am, and after reading and hearing some of the nonsense that is being written and said by many who are defending the traitor Robert Edward Lee, a Confederate general who fought to continue slavery in the South, I would like to begin by going on record as saying it is time to rename the Robert E. Lee High School and Lee College. At first, I did not want to get angry and say things that make me angry and sad. Only Black slaves understand what I'm about to say. It is not your fault or your larger family's fault. Please believe me. The anger is not directed at all white people, although it really does feel exactly that way. No one wants to falsely be accused. You don't have to like it. I personally would not like it. We all have emotions, but for just a few moments, let's put them aside and focus on facts. Slave masters do not represent all white people in the world, only specifically do slave owners. Not all of them were cruel to their slaves. They just treated them as if they were not equal. As a black man, I cannot get it out of my mind that most slave owners would routinely take a female slave to have non-consensual sex. Then she would go back to her husband and her children in shame and helplessness. Her husband would be so hurt and demoralized if he knew, yet there was nothing he could do to protect his wife from the master. There was a deliberate act to remind male slaves they were not men. I don't know how many of them actually raped female slaves, but there were many mulatto children born to female slaves to do the work of slave owners. Often a slave woman would not tell her husband what they suffered because they were afraid the husband would be so angry he would attack the master. If he did, he would be automatically brutally beaten, killed, or face something like castration. When I first heard about reparations, I thought it was crazy because I did not understand how it could be done. I was not too analytical and thought it was all about money, and I could not get my head wrapped around how could they go back in history to find out which slaves had living children that could get the money. I studied what it really meant, and I support reparations wholeheartedly. They are long overdue. Taking down those statues is a form of reparation that is not about money. It's about respect for our suffering over so many years of ill treatment. Support getting rid of anything you would not want your children to be reminded of that was demoralizing is the right thing to do. As a black male who has resided in Baytown for 70 plus years, graduated from the historical Baytown George Washington Carver High School in 1963, has witnessed the Confederate flag flown at the Robert E. Lee High School, and during football games I attended, Confederate flag flown behind trucks and witnessed the playing of the night they drove Old Dixie down. I and many others support the renaming of Robert E. Lee High School in Baytown and any other school or facilities named after the traitor, Robert E. Lee.
Time's up.
Okay. Okay, my next one is from Dave Holland to the Goose Creek CISD Board of Trustees. Subject, letter of support for changing the name of Robert E. Lee High School. I believe the name of the school should be changed to West Baytown High School and leave the mascot as is, Ganders. Respectfully submitted, David Holland, RSS graduate, 1993. And number 3, this is dated July 27th, 2020. Baytown School Board. In Germany today, public buildings and memorials are named after and dedicated to those who suffered at the hands of the Nazis, not to the Nazis themselves. I believe it is a slap in the face to have black students immortalized and celebrate Robert E. Lee, a man who did not believe in the humanity of black people, who whipped black people and owned slaves, and did not see a right for their citizenship. This is not about erasing Confederate history, but the need to erase the immortalization of hatred, bigotry, and the instilling of black inferiority on the predominantly minority school body that occupies Robert E. Lee High School today. Holding on to the Confederate name Robert E. Lee shows that the current student body is undervalued. Asking black students to chant the school song praising Robert E. Lee, what can be more demoralizing for a young black athlete, scholar, or artist? We should not lift up the names of traitors who fought against American values like equality and tolerance. Therefore, I'm calling for the permanent removal of the Confederate name Robert E. Lee from the high school and all public buildings to include Lee College. Respectfully, Alfred F. Fontenot, a black native of Baytown.
Can't hear you.
Sorry, I didn't want to be the heavy breather on the. Oh, can y'all hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, great. My first one says renaming of institutions commending an era that should have long been buried. Dear Goose Creek CISD Board of Trustee members, as the founder president of the Baytown Carver High School Recognition and Preservation Society, we would like to go on record as being a group of former Baytown George Washington Carver High School graduates who support the renaming of Robert E. Lee High School. The consideration currently being given to renaming Robert E. Lee High School and Lee College is something that is long overdue. We hope that it will go far beyond just considering to actually change the name. Commemorating a figure that has had the sole objective of enslaving a whole race of people in order to maintain power has no basis in a democratic society. It doesn't matter how hard one tries to dress it up. By feigning it was a states' rights issue or that such a dark history deserves to be honored, it is still a disgusting proposition that should never have seen the light of day. Robert E. Lee will forever be remembered as a traitor to the Union, a figure that took up arms against the Union and fellow citizens under a false and dark pretense. Whatever exploits he enjoyed on the field of battle are forever stained because they were not an honorable or just cause. For a nation that was founded on the principle that all men are created equal and by the decree recognizes God's providence, how in God's name did we ever think it was righteous act to memorialize those whose actions fly in the face of what our religion teaches us? Religion is not something of convenience, but requires that it be actively practiced. Silence is not a profession of faith in the face of injustice, but is a call to stand in the gap and stand up for what is good and right. We are our brother's keeper. Benedict Arnold is a historical figure, but not one that we name institutions after or otherwise memorialize. We have an opportunity at this point in history to right a past injustice rather than just turning a blind eye to a dark reminder. Respectfully, J. Warren Singleton, Society Founder and President. Aubrey Woodley, Society Assistant Secretary. My second letter is from Ronald Alderson. I support the renaming of Robert E. Lee High Schools to another name. I support the name of an individual in our history who stood up for the freedom of peoples in Texas and the United States. General Robert E. Lee stood for and risked his life for the continuation of the institution of slavery in Texas and the United States. Slavery, where black individuals were owned by white individuals as slaves. Slavery, where individuals were beaten, mutilated, and murdered for not wanting to be slaves. Slavery, where individual families were destroyed at auction, where husbands and fathers suffered the molestation of wives and daughters by white men with no recourse. Slavery, where wives and daughters suffered molestation by white men without recourse. Slavery, where black individuals were barred from reading, writing, math, and science and punished if they were discovered attempting to become educated. High schools are educational institutions for everyone. Two names come to mind for renaming Robert E. Lee High School. Rename the school after John R. Lewis, who is referred to as the conscience of the U.S. Congress. U.S. Representative Lewis stood and risked his life for the civil rights of all peoples of the United States and engaged himself in actions to end legalized racial segregation in the United States. I am a native Texan. Neither Robert Edward Lee nor John Robert Lewis were Texans. The second individual who comes to mind was a Texan named Juan Nepomuceno Seguin. Colonel Seguin stood and risked his life for the establishment of the state of Texas. He fought for Texas throughout the state, which includes the Battle of San Jacinto about 13 miles from the high school, which can honor his name. Colonel Seguin was Spanish Tejano political and military figure of the Texas Revolution who helped to establish the independence of Texas. Colonel Seguin was elected as a Texas senator in 1837 and served from 1837 to 1840. Let us rename the high school for Juan N. Seguin, a native Texan. I appreciate the opportunity to address you. Sincerely, Ronald L. Alderson, George Washington Carver High School, class of 1966.
Mr. Laredo, does that conclude the letters you have?
Yes, ma'am, I only had two.
Okay, so that concludes the letters that we received through public comment submission. Okay, at this time, we will move on to agenda item number 4, approval of minutes. July 6th, 2020 regular board meeting. Can we take them together or do we need to take those separately? We have July 6th, 2020 regular board meeting and July 13th, 2020 special board meeting.
I think we could take them together.
Do I have a motion?
I would move to approve both sets of minutes as presented.
So I have a motion by Mr. Clem and a second by Mr. Cotter on approval of minutes as submitted for July 6th and July 13th. All in favor of said motion, please raise your right hand or say aye.
Aye.
Do I have any abstentions? Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. So we'll move now into number 5, discussion items. A, we have superintendent's report. So I will turn the meeting over to Dr. O'Brien.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. We have several reports to present to the board this evening. You'll see the strategic plan is the first one up, and that'll be presented by Mr. Matt Bollinger. Mr. Bollinger, are you online?
Yes, sir. I'm sharing my screen. We good to go?
We are. You're good to go.
Okay. Great. Okay, good evening, members of the board and Dr. O'Brien. Tonight I will be presenting an update for the strategic plan, which will include our newly developed facilities vision guide. You should each have a copy of the strategic plan as well as the facilities vision guide and also a document called the GCCISD Supplemental Property Manual. So we'll be referencing these items throughout the presentation. As a reminder, we get to the PowerPoint. So these are the key items that we want to highlight tonight, talk about a few initiatives and goals from the strategic plan, also share some relevant data, and then again, introduce the facilities vision guide. Quick background, as a reminder, our strategic plan was created in 2017 based on board feedback at the time and was developed with the help of a consultant named Dr. Mac McGuire from Quality Texas, who pulled elements from the Baldrige framework for our strategic plan. We had various staff and community members who helped to create the goals and strategies within the plan as they served on committees. It's important to know that our district plan did not take into account a worldwide pandemic, so we didn't plan for that. However, elements in the strategic plan did help our decision-making, guide our decision-making during crisis situations such as the one we're facing now. Things like our mission, our vision, our core values really help to determine how to meet the needs of our community and also our students. During COVID-19, we have seen and learned several lessons. One is that equity gaps have widened as a result of limited resources, for example, for some of our students. And it's our obligation as a school district to do whatever we can to meet the needs of all of our students, and we're striving to do that. When we look at our core values, we have a component such as children first and service before self and diversity respected. So we want as a district to make sure that those core values push what we do. So that's one thing that we have learned from COVID-19. We've also learned how dedicated our teachers are during this time and what a difference they make for our children. In our strategic plan, we have 5 goals, and I plan to highlight a few of these goals. Goals that are not addressed tonight will be addressed at a future date once we receive updated data. For example, with our financial stewardship goal, we have an audit that's completed usually in mid to late October, and so we'll provide more information about that at that time. Also, when the TAPR report comes out, we'll receive updated data as well. So we won't hit on all the goals tonight, but some of the goals. Our first goal is the academic performance goal. We have several key initiatives. If you go to the strategic plan document, board members, on pages 4 and 5 in the strategic plan, you can see this goal written out in detail. So it shows our goal, it shows our strategies, our targets, and our key measures, again, on pages 4 and 5. So hopefully you can reference that. I did want to point out that we have several major initiatives listed here that align and support the district's instructional vision. And so in the back of the strategic plan document on page 10, we do have our district instructional vision listed there for future reference. But our key major initiatives include professional learning communities, visible learning, instructional rounds, and also culturally responsive teaching. As we know, we did not have STAR testing this year, again, due to COVID-19 or state accountability this year. So our current district score at 87 remains in effect. I will say that regarding our response to COVID-19 in the spring and summer, our curriculum and instruction department, as well as our technology department, were required to act swiftly to serve the needs of our students and our families in Goose Creek. Several things happened right after spring break, and I know you're aware of this because you've heard this in previous presentations, but I think it's worth noting the scope and sequence was quickly revised to make up for lost instruction during that time. Teachers were quickly trained over a 3-day period to learn the online platforms that they would be using for virtual instruction. Our technology department and our district staff and campus staff issued over 2,600 iPads during this time for students who needed technology. And also our technology teams insisted in making phone calls, providing hotspots, making sure that parents and teachers and students were familiar with how to use the technology that they had received. And also we had staff who met with students and families to provide not only technology assistance, but also home visits to make sure students were completing the assignments. So as a result, and I know you've seen the statistic before, but we're proud of this statistic. 93% of students participated in virtual instruction, and then we had 5.1% of students who completed packets and projects in their classroom assignments. So I think it goes without saying that our teachers went above and beyond to serve our students. This fall, we are continuing our push for virtual instruction and face-to-face instruction, and you'll hear that later on tonight. But we are moving to a one-to-one model for all of our junior high students, which will mirror our one-to-one initiative for our high school. So all of our junior high students have the opportunity to receive an iPad. And we'll also be providing technology for elementary students who need it. Okay, our next goal number 2, is our community engagement goal, strengthening community partnerships. This is found on page 6. So if you turn to page 6 in the strategic plan document, you can again see that this goal is highlighted in depth. The program honors community staff, students, and alumni, focusing on making sure that we're increasing community relationships and strengthening effective communications. So we wanted to highlight a few programs here. One is the Giants of the Month recognition. And so this is a program where we have attempted to highlight and honor alumni, educators, and staff, and also students throughout the year. Our district theme is Here We Grow Giants, and hopefully you've received a t-shirt and a Here We Grow Giants mask. So we did provide that for our board members tonight. And we believe that these recognitions have been positive, they've been meaningful, and we believe they brought awareness to the individuals who inspire us all to be giants. And so this is one feature that one program that we have promoted that's hopefully, again, raised awareness and recognized those individuals in our community who are doing significant things. Also, we have implemented several strategies and events that have focused on, just during COVID in the spring, such as to recognize students, to recognize staff, and to honor our seniors. And so you can see here we had a top 10 recognition parade that many of us participated in. We honored our military students. We had updates from the superintendent. We had information that frequently changed from week to week based off of what was going on with COVID-19. So there was a lot of communication happening at this time. And then, of course, with our seniors, we had the virtual graduation, as well as the senior videos and the yard signs. We're going to jump to our fourth goal, developing organizational excellence. If you'll turn to page 8, this goal is found here. As part of improving employee satisfaction and retention, we've surveyed our staff several times this year on several key topics. Our last survey that aligns with the organizational health mini surveys was done in April, and it asked about staff satisfaction and experience with human resources. Questions were on a scale of 1 to 5, 5 being strongly agreed. I'm going to show you that survey here. So these were the 5 questions that were asked on this mini survey. And then on the right, you can see the responses to those 5 questions. All questions scored relatively high. Many responses were positive. I do want to point out the last 2 questions on the bar graph. The 4th question, highlighted in yellow, scored the highest out of the 5 questions. The question was, the district has made adjustments during the COVID-19 pandemic to ensure the health, safety, and financial well-being of their employees. And so out of a 5-point scale, the district rated this question as a 4.58. And then the last question, considering your experience with human resources in our district, you are likely to recommend your friends and colleagues to Goose Creek, and this scored 4.27 out of 5. And so those were the 2 that scored the highest. But here are all the responses from these questions. And so our human resources team has looked at this data, and they've made some actions ensuring that we are constantly meeting the needs of our staff, and that's been our focus for this goal. Okay, for the last goal that I want to highlight before we move on to the facilities vision document, this goal is actually found on page 7. This goal targets several items listed here, and again in the strategic plan on page 7, you can see those targets, but I've also listed them here in the PowerPoint. One is to provide a safe and secure environment for all staff and students, and then also to maintain and improve facilities, safety and security systems. So one thing we wanted to point out here is that our auxiliary staff, our operational staff has gone, again, above and beyond in the spring and in the summer to make sure that not only our students and our staff have their needs met, but also our community. And so we're familiar that we've had grab-and-go breakfast and lunch meals that have been provided, again, in the spring and in the summer. On average, we're collecting this data each day, and then we provide an average of almost 9,000 meals per day. So that's our food service workers who diligently serve meals each day. Also, our security and police officers assist at these locations. They also provided support whenever there was a testing center at Stallworth. And also our custodial crews worked hard to continually provide deep cleaning for facilities that are being used, as well as intermittent cleaning, to make sure that as we phase workers back in over the summer, that it's done so in a safe manner. Okay, and for that second target in this goal that deals with improving facilities, we've worked on a facilities vision guide to highlight current campuses and facilities and to provide insight on future projects. So you should have received a hard copy of this book. In addition, the board has been provided a supplemental property manual which shows our district properties. And so Dr. Demetrius McCall will be joining me during this portion of the presentation as we highlight this book. So if you'll, board members, if you don't mind grabbing this book or getting a hold of this book, we're going to walk through pieces of it. We're going to give you the fast and furious presentation over it. So starting off, the purpose of this document took us about 4 or 5 months to put it together, but we wanted to make sure we provide historical perspective about the campuses, the schools, and the facilities that we have in Goose Creek. Also, this document attempts to highlight each building with a narrative, providing the origin of the building, why it was built, specifications, how many students attend there, the square footage, the amount of acreage that it sits on. And also we've included interior and exterior photos or renderings depending on the facility. Also, our focus for this document is to provide insight regarding the design and location and architecture and naming of each facility. And our hope is that the facilities vision guide will provide a roadmap for future considerations as we continue to build facilities for our district. I'm going to now turn it over to Dr. McCall for the prologue.
Good evening, Madam President, School Board, and Dr. O'Brien. If you turn to page 3, you will see information here on the prologue, which speaks to some of the information that Mr. Bollinger spoke about. Starting off with the history of Goose Creek and just talking about how the Goose Creek Independent School District initially served 3 cities, looking at the economic stability of the community and the boom of the 1950s, as well as a bond issue that started the process of purchasing land and building schools. And then when you get into the information about the district, it talks about information such as the student population size, as well as the school district serving as one of the #1 employers in the Baytown area, serving over 3,400 employees. And then when you go to the mission and vision, it's really developing the whole child, of course, that guides our work here in Goose Creek. And so all of that information is listed there for you on page 3. Moving on, when you get to page 6, facilities at a glance, this just serves as a guide to locate campuses by page number, gives you information as far as the name of the school, as well as provides a visual image of that school and the page number where you can find the school. So starting with our elementary facilities on page 13, we will go to an example of what you will find on each page for our elementary facilities. And that will be, we'll use Stephen F. Austin Elementary as our example on the next slide. So you will find information here on the school's origin, which gives a brief history of the school and any information about its origins, just really speaking to, you know, how the school came about, as well as maybe some information if it was a rebuild. In this case, it was with Stephen F. Austin Elementary. Also, when you go down to the school name, it really gives some information to the reader about the namesake of the school. So it provides a brief explanation for the reader to understand why the school was named that particular name. And then when you get to information about the school, you'll find information here such as the architectural firm that may have designed it, also the functional capacity for students and the approximate square footage. And of course, you'll find information there about the mascot and the colors of the campus. And as Mr. Bollinger stated, there are also pictures of the internal and external portions of the building. Going to our secondary facilities, which is on page 47. So I'll give you a few moments to get there after you're going through all of our wonderful elementary facilities. But secondary facilities are starting on page 47. And the example that we're going to go through this evening is for Highlands Junior School. So when you go to that page, it's very similar to what we have for our elementary facilities. Also talking about the school origin, really giving some information on its location, any interesting facts there about the history of the school. From there, you'll get the school name, provides once again a brief explanation of why the school was named the way that it was. And when you go to information about the school, it'll share, information there for the reader about the capacity, how many staff members are on the campus, as well as the approximate square footage. Also giving the reader information about the mascot and the colors for the campus.
Okay, so if you turn to page 73, this is where we've listed our auxiliary facilities. So again, I'll give you a second to turn to page 73. At this section, we've listed several of our auxiliary buildings. You can turn through the next few pages and see the facilities that are listed here, such as the technology building or the John D. George Agri-Science building or the transportation center. And again, like Dr. McCall referenced, building origins are contained here, and also the building name, if it has a particular name, and then also about the building, giving the architecture, the architect company, the construction company, and then specific features on the facility as well. And then if you'll turn to page 85, give you some time there. This is the start of our future facilities, and primarily the facilities that we are building now, mostly with the 2019 bond. I know Brenda Garcia will be presenting here in a little bit, and we'll probably give you more detail, but the idea is to show the facilities that are under construction or soon to be under construction, such as the E.F. Green Junior School number 6, and then also the new San Jacinto Elementary School as well. And so this is, again, the facilities vision guide, and the goal is to use this document to help guide some decision making. Again, you also have a supplemental property manual. We won't go into that document with this presentation, but all of the district land is located in that document. What you see here on this slide is projected 2% growth each year for the next 20 years. Now, we know that as a district, we typically grow between 1% and 2%, so this may be a little aggressive, but nonetheless, it's 2% per year. And we know that several new neighborhoods are going up in our area, such as the South Winds, Phase 1, Phase 2. We know that Baytown Crossings with Asheville Cove is being developed right now on Kilgore Parkway. There are several apartment complexes, also Goose Creek Reserve. So there are several new neighborhoods and apartment complexes that are projecting that there will be growth. Also there's some development in our area, as we know that the San Jacinto Marketplace, the San Jacinto Mall being renovated, and other businesses as well. And so as we look at those projected growth patterns, we, as a district, we definitely want to continue to plan our facilities to make sure we're meeting the needs of our students and our families in Goose Creek. I would like to give a quick shout out. These are the individuals that worked on this document. I'll say that Mima Trujillo was the architect. She created this book. She spent many hours. We're very proud of it. We think it's a good look. We'll continue to update it as we have new facilities. And then also Carrie Pryor Newman spent a lot of time taking pictures and photos, adding them to this document. So we're, again, proud of those individuals. That we think they did a wonderful job. Okay, and that concludes our presentation on the strategic plan update.
And I know that, Matt, you'll hang around and entertain questions from any board members at this point in time, but I also wanted to extend that shout out that you just gave. This Our Executive Director of Strategic Planning and Innovation, Mr. Bollinger, referenced this goes back to 2017 when the board asked the administration to present a tangible document, something to help guide our strategic plan. And I just wanted to give a shout out to Mr. Bollinger in regards to his leadership. But it wasn't him alone, as he referenced there, but it was also the Director of Communications, Susan Passmore, and her team that he referenced. Also, Dr. Price, our Chief Operating Officer, played significant roles in many of the domains that we have listed here. And of course, Dr. McCall is one of the presenters this evening. A final shout out to an old friend, Dr. Duarte, who is no longer with us, but she did play a role in the development of this document, and I wanted to give her credit as well. So, and many others that I'm not naming, going down the name to list, but I wanted to personally thank Mr. Bollinger and his leadership for pulling all of those people together to present a tangible document that, like you've asked for. I want somebody to hold in my hands, look at, and see what it is we have, what our past was, what we currently have, and what our future is. And I believe that he successfully delivered that to us this evening. So, Mr. Bollinger, Dr. McCall, if y'all will hang on for any questions from the board.
Just say thank you. Am I on? Yeah, I'd just like to say thank you for such a thorough report.
Yeah, thank you for all the hard work on this. Very good quality.
All right, I believe we will hear from Mr. Bollinger again this evening, but next up, I wanted to clarify so that you won't be embracing a 2-hour meeting, a facilities update. It's not the entire 2019 bond. It's not every single non-bond project that we have, but Ms. Brenda Garcia, our Director of Facilities and Construction, will be our next presenter, and she will give basically an update to the buildings that we're about to take occupancy of, and update you on those other buildings that we may be in the future. So, Ms. Garcia, are you there?
I am here.
You're on.
Thank you. Let me know if you can see my slides.
Not yet.
Matt, do I have control?
Yeah. Yes, you have presenter control.
Okay, let's see here. I apologize.
No problem. We've seen it in your office work before. There we go. Okay.
Okay, good. Okay. Let's see. I think I'm actually sharing the wrong screen. Let's see here. Can you see this?
We can see your screen. Yep. You just need to go into presentation mode.
Department moves.
I apologize.
Okay, we see your PowerPoint now.
I apologize. Thank you. Good evening, President Woods, board members, and Dr. O'Brien. As Dr. O'Brien mentioned earlier, I'd like to give you a brief presentation of some department moves that are very important that are coming up soon here within a month or so, and just give you a quick update on that. So I want to start off by just kind of giving you a reminder of some of the work that occurred to renovate the Green Center last year. It was completed last year. As most of you know, our special ed department has had to be relocated several times, and they are getting close to their final relocation from the Green Center. So just to give you a quick update on the purpose of the Green Center is for 3 departments to move into this facility. Our police department will be going here, and I'm just going to run through some of the images of the inside of the building for you. Our police department will be relocating here from our facilities management complex here soon. The truancy department that is also currently located in a portable at Sterling High School will relocate to the Green Center, as well as the tax office that is currently located at the administration building. And there you see some of the images of those finished spaces for those departments. There's also a couple of training rooms available in this facility. So before the move-in, there's been a lot of coordination really over the past month with lots of different departments on a move this size is it's quite a bit, and so it's kind of been all hands on deck, getting people boxes to pack up all of their items, coordinating moves with our movers and our grounds department, the TMS department having to relocate electronics. It's a massive effort, and so I'm very grateful to all of those departments involved. The next piece that we have going is so our Green Center, the special ed department is packed up. And the reason we've had them pack up at this moment is because we need to get in there to do these items, replace some carpet that was temporary. What our goal was is to give those departments that are moving into this facility the feel of a brand new facility. And so we have to touch up paint. We've got to finish some exterior building graphics, building signage, install their new furniture as well. And so we'll look at that schedule as well here coming up. Just to give you a quick idea, our special ed department was here in probably every inch of this building, and then they were still spread out across the district because not everybody fit in this facility at the time that they were here. So we're still relocating. I think as of today, we've moved the last of the furniture out of this facility. You can see here we've had several of their boxes that are packed and ready to move over to our new Education Service Center, and I'll talk about that here shortly. So moving on to our Education Service Center. So this is what a lot of people know as the old hospital on North Alexander or Business 146. This building was in essence an office building. It had some medical offices located within it. The back buildings were demolished, and we have kept and completely renovated this building to house the special ed department, all of them in one location. Our testing department will also move here from the current Hasty or our current service center warehouse will move here. This facility will also hold our health clinic. It will also hold our new Goose Creek Fitness Center as well, and some curriculum staff that has also been kind of spread across the district without a permanent location. They will be housed in this facility. I think you may have seen some of these renderings early on in the planning for this facility, and I want to walk you through the progress of construction for this. So right now what's occurring is there are so many people on site at the moment. They're working around the clock trying to finish all of these items, mechanical, electrical, plumbing systems. The demolition actually of the rear buildings just completed late last week. Walls are up, painting is being installed, carpeting, tile work throughout, and cabinets and millwork are being worked on. So I'm going to take you kind of through a progression of the construction, which truly began with demolition more than construction. It was a complete remodel, a complete gut of the existing building. I think initially our hope was to have been able to use some of the spaces as is. And when we sat down with the special ed department, we realized that it wouldn't function as is. They've got a lot of specialty sub-departments that need to work together in groups and to be more efficient for those departments. And so when we sat down and programmed for this building, we realized that it really needed to be completely renovated. And so in December, we began some interior demolition that continued for quite some time. There was a lot of work to be done here. And then by the spring, as the exterior or the back buildings were began to be demolished, some of the internal, the front office building began actual renovation work. You can see there the image on the left-hand side. One of the buildings was demolished, and on the right-hand side, the front building where the renovation is occurring. And here we are in June, where again, demolition continues on the left-hand side for the buildings that we were not keeping, and then the renovation that was ongoing internally. This was just 2 weeks ago, I believe, that these pictures were taken. Kind of, if you blinked, you missed it. It came down pretty quickly. I think this building came down within a period of a week. And so we're here now to a lot of the internal images of the existing building that we're keeping. So a lot of work is occurring on site, and the work that's occurring is changing from morning to evening. I don't know if you have this version of the presentation. You may have gotten an earlier one, so I've updated it from the morning to the evening. The pictures that we take are changing, so that's how quickly they're working. Just wanted to give you some pictures that were taken. I believe these were taken yesterday of some mill work and our Goose Creek logo there, the entrance foyer. And then as we finish up here, just a quick aerial video. I hope you can see that. And it shows the existing building that we're keeping. Again, we are starting to paint the exterior of the building. The upper portion of the roof is also has some work ongoing, and you can see the demolition of the buildings that were on site. And that is all of the information that I have for you this evening. Let me know if you have any questions.
We're shuffling people, and the buildings are all sort of coming together simultaneously. The Green Center, the existing Green Center that was remodeled, is taking on 3 different departments, and then the special ed, as you noted, when the lease at the mall expired, was relocated, and again, this will be their final home. So they're excited about the possibility of having this new home, but are anxious as well. Did you provide timelines for our board?
Yes, I did. I apologize. Yes, and again, this has changed. If you saw a version of this last week, this has changed as of Friday, I believe. And so you can see there the items in green, and this schedule is changing daily as well as we try to figure out when furniture is arriving, when our substantial completion date is for the Education Service Center. And so in working with all of these different departments, these dates have changed quite a few times, but as of right now, we have our police and truancy departments moving into the Green Center on the 2nd and 3rd of September. The tax office at a later date, 11th and the 14th. And then we have special ed department moving into the Education Service Center beginning on August 31st. And then testing and CNI will move in September. I do want to point out that during construction, we did make some changes to the health clinic and the fitness center layout. And so that portion of the work will be done a little bit later in October. And so the health clinic won't move in until probably the end of October.
And the good news is that either one of these facilities are not housing students daily. They're designed for our staff that follows and travels across the district to assist our students. So that's a good thing. We're not trying to make the start of school September 8th deadline specifically, but we'll be close to that regardless. Board members, do you have any questions for Ms. Garcia at this time?
Is the only parking is the front, or is it the back part that's where the building was to?
All of that parking is accessible for this building. The phase 2 of the Education Service Center does include another building behind the existing rebuilding building where the ones was torn down. Those buildings were 40 to 50 years old and were not meeting ADA compliance issues and concerns about just their overall mechanics, antiquated air conditioning systems and things of that nature. So it'll be completely removed to to the dirt. And a facility behind that for future use, phase 2, is likely to be forthcoming. And so the parking, yes, Ms. Garcia,
So
you can point it. Yeah.
Yes, I could point out that the district does own, and we did keep all of this parking here in the back. If you can see my cursor, and then everything along the frontage of 146 or North Alexander. So there's quite a bit of expansive parking available.
Okay. You might note that the one building there to the right-hand side of this building facing Alexander is a doctor's building, separate and apart from our property. That it still exists, but they have their own parking area, and we do have all of the parking that's shown there. Well, furthermore, in the far end of the picture, top left-hand corner, there's a driveway that comes in on that side that will ultimately likely come around to the easternmost portion of this property as well, that give a circular egress.
Okay. Is the property where that little yellow daycare building, is that part of our property?
It is.
Okay. I thought so. I just wanted to be sure. Ms. Garcia, I want to thank you for letting us know what's going on at our major projects, but I also know there's been lots of work at some of our school buildings going on during the shutdown. Maybe in the near future you can share with us all those things that got done, and knowing that our people weren't just sitting there watching the grass grow.
No, absolutely.
Driving around town, I know there's lots of work going on other places besides these two major ones.
There is. Just ask everyone that was kicked out of Sterling High School.
I heard.
So Ms. Garcia and her project managers that are Goose Creek employees, and then also we have LAN, our project manager, third party that oversees our progress, have been working throughout the pandemic. I might note they've been classified as essential workers. So there's not been a summer vacation for these people. And we're thankful that we were able to keep the momentum of these projects going so that we could meet these timelines and get our people back where they need to be.
Okay.
I just also want to echo what Mr. Clem said. Ms. Garcia, I appreciate the update.
Pull your mic down.
Sorry. I just want to echo what Mr. Clem said. I appreciate the update, and the buildings are looking really good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dr. O'Brien?
Yes, ma'am.
I know we have two more reports on your superintendent report here for the agenda, but at this time, I would need to ask for a 5-minute recess if that's
agreeable. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I thank you, and we will stay tuned. We'll be right back. Oh, I'm sorry. We are back from recess. Dr. O'Brien, take it away.
All right. With us this evening, we have the Director of Advanced Academics and Special Projects. Hence, she is the presenter for our Goose Creek CISD Coronavirus Disease COVID-19 Safe Return to School Plan. Do I have Ms. Leith on the line?
Yes, sir. I'm here. Thank you, Dr. O'Brien.
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Good evening. And it's my honor to share with you tonight some aspects of our Safe Return to School Plan. We have a large team that participated in this process, and I'll share that with you in just a moment. But before I go further, I want to echo something that Matt said earlier, and that's the fact that I'm really proud to be part of Goose Creek. And, you know, thinking about the response to the pandemic dating back to the spring, and just the job that the teachers, the students, the parents did in adjusting, as well as campus administration, district administration, and then the support of the board. I'm just really proud to be part of this district. So it's my honor to be part of this whole process in regards to the Safe Return to School Plan. With that being said, I just wanted to review for you the TEA requirement that all school systems must post for parents and the general public 1 week prior to the start of on-campus activities and instruction a summary of the plan they will follow to mitigate COVID-19 spread in their schools based on the requirement and recommendations outlined in the July 17th PEA public planning document. Now, since our start date for introduction is September 8th, this really, our date for posting this is no later than September 1st. But our goal is to post our plan no later than August 10th. So tonight we'd like to provide you with a preview of that plan. We'll highlight a few areas and with a few of our team leads that are with us tonight. I want to start with taking you through the process that we utilize to develop this plan. And in doing so, I'd like to reflect back just a bit, dating back to the springtime when all of this began, and then all the way up to mid-July, actually. Both Dr. Price and Dr. Duarte each had task force committees that really delved into, planning for the upcoming school year. Dr. Price, of course, dealt with some safety protocols and had a team for that, as well as the facility sanitation, transportation. And then you had Dr. Duarte dealing with the instructional models and some other areas as well. So what we've done is we've now combined and cut across all of our departments and created a district-wide task force. That task force met July 22nd, and our purpose was to complete the development of a comprehensive plan designed to respond to COVID-19 during the upcoming school year, and to clearly communicate a summary of that plan to parents, students, staff, and the community.
Christy, we just lost your volume. Are you there? If you'll go back a slide, we lost you about 30 seconds ago. Y'all hear me?
Yeah, Matt Bollinger, we've lost your audio.
My apologies while we're waiting to regain audio with Ms. Leith. I believe they're looking into it right now. If you'll be patient with us, they'll be back with us shortly, I believe.
Okay, they're aware of it.
Can you hear us? Thank you, Ms. Passmore. Are y'all back on?
I am in here. I think off in there. In different rooms. Can you hear me, Dr. O'Brien?
I can.
Okay. Can you kind of tell me where we dropped off?
About 10 seconds before you switch to this slide. So if you go back one slide and pick up your closing comments from that one before you move forward.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Our team, our priority was, of course, the safety for students and staff in the world of COVID-19. And that's what we kept at the forefront of our thoughts as we developed this plan. The team developed a comprehensive plan, and from that, we extracted out a summary of broad elements that we will be publishing on our district website for our parents and community in regards to what we're calling our safe return to school plan. We also developed an employee back to work manual, which is going to spell out some very important information for all of our employees. This plan was founded, really the framework for the plan came from our TEA update that came out July 17th. It was called the Public Health Planning Guidance document. And from that plan, or from this planning guidance document, I should say, we've built 12 categories. We extracted out 12 categories and have developed basically a plan for each of these categories. One being the instructional models that will be implemented along with attendance and enrollment. And then we have a personal protection and prevention protocol team, or a category that will be actually explained in the document. Facility sanitation, COVID-19 response protocol and communication. Basically, what do we do, or what happens when we have a confirmed case of COVID. Arrival, dismissal, and transitions, which we'll go over tonight. Classroom configurations and procedures. What will a classroom look like now? Bus transportation. What can we expect? Campus visits, visitor protocols, social and emotional support, nutrition, technology, extracurricular, PE, and student activities. So as you can see, it touches every single portion of our entire district. So we're looking at new processes across the board. Within each of these categories, we have a team lead that's been established, and each of these team leads have had their own team they've been working with in order to come up with a plan in their area. Each team was composed of district and/or campus administrators, teachers, as well as parents. We also had parental input that was gathered through the Goose Creek website in the frequently asked questions area. So as those teams worked to complete and finalize the plan, lo and behold, on July 28th, a new update came out. And this, of course, was the very same document, the plan and guidance document that we used to develop our plan around. So on July 28th, that wasn't the only document that came out actually as an update. There was truly an avalanche of documents that came out at that point in time. On the TEA website, underneath the COVID-19 area, there are several categories that I'm sure you're familiar with. For those of you who are not, inside each of these categories, there'll be multiple documents that you'll see that address different things within that category. And as days progress, each of those areas will have various updates. So you can tell on July 28th, everything that's circled here had at least one updated document. So with that July 28th update, we then had to go back and make some tweaks to the plan. So this is the best I know to describe this as a roller coaster at this point in time that, we've all been on it really since spring, but we've learned to adjust and also to hold on. And what's great about it is we have a great team, that's worked through this whole process. And I don't doubt that we'll continue to have some unexpected things that happen this fall, especially, and we'll work through those together. So tonight we're going to highlight just a few portions of the Safe Return to School plan. And we are going to begin with Kevin Foxworth. He was the team lead for the Arrival, Dismissal, and Transitions plan. So Kevin, I'm going to turn it over to you if you would. You can unmute your mic.
All right, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, as Mrs. Lee said, I'm going to go over the arrival and dismissals and transitions part with you. If you'll look first at the first bullet under arrivals, it says here, when possible, separate entrances will be utilized for car riders, bus riders, and walkers. So the campus wants to establish patterns as they arrive, at designated entrances. Bullet 2 here, staff will be on duty to ensure distancing as students arrive on campus. So we'll have plenty of staff to support that. Students will go straight to the designated areas set up by each campus. Next bullet, parents will not be allowed to walk students to the classrooms. So this was a very difficult part for us in our committee, but for the safety of the campus and to keep the integrity of the campus clean and the cleanliness and the safety part, we did not want to allow the parents to come into the building. So we're looking at having teachers do some type of virtual tour of the classroom so parents know what the rooms look like and where their child will be. And we think that's a pretty good compromise in order to let the parents know where their child is and keeping the campus and the students safe and teachers safe. Okay, next bullet, parents should make an appointment when needing to meet with a teacher. Until further notice, all appointments shall be virtual through WebEx or by phone. All approved visitors are required to wear a face covering in the building and use hand sanitizer upon entering the building. And then, of course, all approved visitors must follow the posted GCCISD visitor guidelines when they enter the campus. So that's the arrival portion. The dismissal part is first bullet, campus will designate staggered dismissal groups. So, of course, staggering the groups of walkers, riders, bus riders, and car riders into these cohorts or grade levels will help manage the student movement in the building and decrease the risk of potential crowding outside at dismissal time. And then separate exits will be utilized for car riders, bus riders, and walkers. Parents picking up students during the day will be required to call ahead so that students can be sent or accompanied to the parent vehicles upon arrival. That's just standard. And then the last bullet, office staff will sign the student out, documenting both the time the student left the building as well as the time the parent requested for early dismissal. Again, standard guidelines. And then the last portion is transitions. Hallways will be clearly marked to ensure the flow of traffic and safety. Staff will be utilized for duty to maintain a line of sight in the hallway and distancing of hallway cohorts. And then our last bullet, sanitizer stations will be placed at each entrance and exit and around the campus. So those are the recommended guidelines for arrival, dismissal, and transitions. And wanted to send it back over to you, Christy.
Right. Thank you, Kevin. All right. Now we're going to move to the campus visitor protocol section. That team was led by Ginger McKay. All right, Ginger. Ginger, we can't hear you.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Matt. Our core group worked on the visitors coming to the campus and the facilities. And we also reached out to our campus administrators as well as other staff to gather information to make sure we kind of covered all the concerns that we received, which were lots. We categorized and were able to place them into sections. And that's how we were able to come up with a very specific visitor protocol. So the visitors will be restricted to those essential to our school operations. And until further notice, due to safety precautions, no outside deliveries such as foods or gifts will be accepted during the school day. Visitors and parents will not be allowed to eat breakfast or lunch with their child at the school until further notice. All campus visitors will utilize the intercom access device installed at the front door of each school. All visitors must have a scheduled appointment, ARD, 504 meetings, parent-teacher conferences, etc. When possible, the campuses will utilize virtual meeting options to limit campus visitors. Social distancing is expected for all meetings that are not able to be virtual. Visitors and parents are not allowed to exit their vehicles during drop-off or pickup. All approved visitors are required to wear a face covering, which would include such as a face mask or cloth face covering in the building, and use hand sanitizer upon entering a building. Upon entry into the building, approved visitors will be required to complete a health screening to determine if they have any COVID-19 symptoms or have come in close contact with an individual who is lab confirmed with COVID-19. Any visitor who needs to go beyond the front office will be subject to a health screening, which will include a temperature check. Any visitor who has COVID-19 or symptoms or has come in contact with an individual who's a lab confirmed will remain off campus until the 10-day incubation period has passed. And Christy, I'll give it back to you with one last comment that our safety precaution piece was really critical to our campus staff. And so I feel like our piece that we put together acknowledges that. Thanks, Christy.
Yes, thanks for your work, Ginger. All right, our third group that will be looking at today is the COVID-19 response protocol and communication team that was led by Matt Bollinger. And Matt Bollinger will take you through that information. And he's also going to give you a preview of what the website will look like that he and the communications team have put together, which will house the plan. So, Matt.
Okay, once again, good evening. I'm going to switch the share real quick. Okay, so this website's not live right now. It's a sample. We're finalizing the website, but essentially this is the design. I want to give a shout out to Brittany Culpepper. She spent a lot of work designing this. We feel like it's very user friendly. Our goal is to make sure our families are able to navigate this portion. We know that we have a lot of concerned parents and family members, and we want to make sure that they are able to see what the district is doing. And so it starts off with our response levels chart. And so this is very similar to the Harris County threat level assessment, where green is good, and then it goes to yellow, and then orange, and then level red, of course, is a severe response. And so we know we've seen a few of these in other districts, and we felt like this was a good component to add as far as our district response and our campus response whenever there's a COVID case, a lab confirmed COVID case at a school property. So when you click the drop down menu, and I won't read all these items to you, but this is basically the campus and the district response when there are no confirmed cases of COVID. So all campuses will start the year on green, and then as cases increase or as a campus experiences a confirmed COVID case, then the levels move. And so this lists mainly all the preventive measures that we have been taking as a district. And then when there's one or more confirmed cases of COVID, all the green level protocols are put into place, plus a few other items. TEA on July 28th provided several updates as far as a district response and a campus's response. One of those is making sure that we send communication to all staff and students regarding all confirmed cases of COVID. So that's listed in the yellow level response. Also, the campus homepage will show an updated response level. Anytime there's a level change, there will be an email and a phone call that's sent out notifying parents that the campus has moved from green to level, whatever that change is, just to make sure that our parents are aware of the restrictions that are put into place. Also, you can see here, this is from TEA guidance. Schools will immediately separate any student who shows COVID-19 symptoms while at school until the student can be picked up. So there's a few other items this here as well. Moving on to orange is a significant response. And so this is whenever there's an escalated number of confirmed COVID-19 cases at a facility. And so some of the verbiage that we've included here based off the committee that worked on this portion states that if we've exceeded 10% of the population of the campus, or a lower percentage if local and state health officials deem it necessary, then that facility will close temporarily for deep cleaning, and there's other actions that will take place as well. And so we've listed that here on the orange level. And then finally, if we have an outbreak, so to speak, and there's an escalated number of confirmed COVID-19 cases district-wide at multiple facilities, and that may warrant district closure. And so again, we've listed what that would look like. We listed here exceeds 10% of the district population, or a lower percentage if local and state health officials are recommending that closure. We've also included curbside meal distribution during this time, what that will look like. Students will move to virtual instruction. And so throughout the levels, and again, I'm giving a quick overview, but throughout the levels of a class, in the yellow level, if a class moves to virtual instruction for a period of time, that's listed here as well. Below that, we have prevention protocols. And so I know that Dr. Price and some of his committee members worked on this item as well. So we wanted to make sure that we have put in writing several of the protocols here regarding PPEs and proper hygiene and additional safety measures that the district is taking. And then down below, our safe return to school plan and incorporates 12 sections or 12 areas that are addressed in the plan. And so as you heard from Kevin Foxworth earlier, arrival, dismissal, and transitions, if a parent or a family member or a staff member is interested in reviewing that plan, when they go to the website, they can, again, we have a drop-down menu that shares that information here. And so I won't go through each of the 12 categories. And board members, we will send you the link so you can review this in more detail. But you can just see that we've listed some information for transportation. Ginger McKay just talked about campus visitor protocols, and so we have information there as well. And so all the way down the line, if there's a technology question, for example, we have device eligibility, we have internet access, and then other documents linked to this section. I did want to show one more piece on the website here on the COVID-19 response protocols. This section here hits several important questions that again, many family members will have. What happens when there's a confirmed case of COVID-19 on a campus? And so this gives campus guidance, district guidance, but also it gives information to our family members and our students on the response. And again, this is from the TEA update on July 28th that was released last week. Also gives information on identifying possible COVID cases. Regarding staff guidance on COVID-19, Stephanie Myers, Tish Pena and her team have done a wonderful job of outlining how we handle staff responses and employee return to work. And so we do have a document. Here's one document that is a back to work guide that gives specific information on different questions that employees and staff may have as far as attendance, on short-term work from the home guidelines, and so on and so forth. And so that, in a nutshell, that is what the plan will look like online. And we know that as CDC guidelines change and TEA updates come available, there will be changes. And so we want to have it on the website so that we can make changes in one place so parents can see those changes.
Great.
Thank you.
Matt.
Go back to the PowerPoint.
Okay. We just like to say, number one, I'd like to say, as you can tell, it's a comprehensive, effort. And I just want to say a big shout out to the team leads as well as all the team members that participate in the process. And again, we're just tweaking and fine tuning some areas, and as soon as that's finished, we will be publishing. So that's a preview to the Safe Return to School plan.
Thank you, Ms. Leith. And I think that echo.
It's me echoing you.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Well, I wanted to ask Mr. Matt Bollinger a question. Is this the time to do that? Are we okay? Okay. All right. So, Mr. Bollinger, you had your screen of risk level, threat level. I don't know if we can get back to that page. You were referencing what level we would be at according to state and local health authorities, and what might our procedures be under those. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So my question is, at each level, we would certainly consider local closure due to contamination events or based on contamination events, we would target either portions of campuses or campuses as a whole as there was a threat.
That's correct. And so, for example, the yellow level is where there is one or more confirmed cases of COVID. And then if you move down a few bullets, I'm not sure if you can see my cursor, but it shows that specific areas will be closed and deep cleaned if there was close contact. And so there's some information from TEA that talks about close contact. And then if a targeted area or classroom exceeds 10% of confirmed cases, then that classroom may move to virtual instruction on a temporary basis while that room is cleaned. And so it does allow for partial closure of a facility or a building or an area, or once you hit level orange, it would indicate a facility closure if it got to that point. And then also one thing that I failed to mention, if this is listed by campus. And so, for example,
Okay.
if a family member wanted to see where their campus is, that when you click on that icon, current campus level, and they are to go to their school, like say Alamo, it will list the level of that campus for that day, and each level is updated each day by 5 p.m. And so that's part of the Safe Return to School plan, is updating that daily.
Okay, and so take me back to this here. All right, so the yellow level is 10%, you said?
The yellow level is just one or more confirmed cases of COVID. So let's say that after 3 or 4 days at school, there's a lab confirmed case of COVID, then we would implement several protocols. For example, if the student were at school, then we would make sure that specific areas are cleaned. If that student frequented that area, we're required to send out communication that there's been a confirmed case. And so that may be a staff member, that may be a student. Of course, we guard confidential information, so we don't share any information about the individual, but we are required to share that there has been one or more confirmed cases at your campus. And so we would send out that communication and then change the level from green to yellow.
Okay, and so then for level orange, can we go over that one?
Sure.
I'm sorry.
No, take your time.
Yeah, I'm just trying to swallow all of this here. So if the cases exceed 10%.
Yeah, so the way that
okay, so here's where I kind of, this is probably what jumped out at me. If the cases exceed 10% or a lower percentage if deemed necessary by local/state health officials, who are we going to listen to?
So
who gets to determine that?
That's a good question. So Nurse Pena and our benefits office and our HR office receives information from Harris County Public Health, and she can probably speak a little bit more in detail on this, but I know that we're required to report cases to them, and then they will be providing guidance to school districts throughout the school year. So if we're at a certain point where we're at 7% or 8%, and Harris County Public Health is saying, hey, you're at a point where you may want to consider facility closure, then of course our executive council would have that conversation, Dr. O'Brien and the board would have that conversation, it would be considered. So it allows some flexibility if there is a need to close a facility.
Okay. All right, and then red is, let's go to red.
So red is very similar to orange, but on a district scale. So it's the same verbiage that if we exceed 10% district-wide, so if we're talking about students alone, that's close to 2,400 students at that point, district-wide, or again, if a lower percentage, if we are getting guidance that we may want to consider district closure, then of course, Dr. O'Brien, executive cabinet, the school board would have conversations regarding what's the next step.
Okay. All right, so threat level red would not be campus specific, it would be district wide.
Yes, ma'am. If we were to go to threat level red, then it would be a district closure for a certain number of days.
Unmute.
Just to be clear, what we're saying is everyone goes home and receives their instruction virtually. So it's
right,
not
right.
The shutdown does not mean we stop instruction. It just means we do it differently.
Right. I was kind of under the impression that a district-wide shutdown would not be authorized by TEA, that it would have to be campus specific. So that's kind of where I'm a little confused about level red being a district-wide
So
response.
The issue would be if more campuses than just one were shut down. And it would not be a decision administration would make solely. It would be a board decision based upon outcry from our local health authorities and the county and state health authorities. We learned recently, I was just going to make a comment earlier that Ms. Lee started this program off with a roller coaster, and I would concur with her on that. But furthermore, I would say that you could have put a flip-flop there because the flip-flop has also occurred over the course of the last month. And what happens is laws are passed and then they're interpreted. The interpretation comes from our Commissioner of Education, and sometimes those are interpreted correctly or incorrectly, and we respond accordingly to the information that we have. But our objective is to keep our community informed of our process, what we're doing, what we're looking at. And more than likely, if a district shut down, it would have made the news, based upon an executive order from our governor is the highest authority in the land, so to speak.
So
Unmute.
So if we go to a red level severe response and the district shuts down and students are 100% virtual, what impact does that have on the students' endorsements? Any?
I can answer that, but Ms. Lease, would you like to, based upon our current protocol? Did you hear that?
Sir, I'm actually going to call in the instructional model team. So that'd be Kevin Foxworth. If you could address that for us. Kevin, you there? I didn't.
So I can start by saying, waiting on Mr. Foxworth, I can start by saying those who choose 100% virtual currently are on the multidisciplinary plan. I do not know that that is what would be imposed on all students. That would be the implication to me. Of course, we're hopeful we're never considering a level red. That's our hope, obviously, but we have to be realistic. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
It would be temporary also, that shift, to virtual learning at that point.
We also hoped that it was temporary last spring break, and we're still on spring break.
That's true. Good point.
That's my only thought here.
So Christy, this is Becky. If I can interject, just real quick. This is kind of from the curriculum instruction side. I feel that we would go to a place kind of where we are, where we're going to start school September the 8th. We have all endorsements are in place.
Okay.
And then we would work on, if an endorsement included a lab, we would work on providing students time to make up that lab time with, whatever we needed to do, kind of like what we're doing for all the kiddos that missed their lab time at Stewart Career Tech High School. They've been in school actually this summer, making that happen. And so I see that we would just continue doing what we're going to do beginning September 8th. With
endorsements in place.
Correct. That would be my recommendation on the CNI side. And I think if I don't overstep for Kevin, I believe we're looking at Kevin, are you there?
Right. I was able to finally get unmuted. So yes, as Dr. O'Brien stated, the students who choose to go 100% virtual, we're trying to give them the opportunity to come to the campus to do those labs. So if they are unwilling to do that, then they can't meet the requirement of the lab. Then they, like a CTE lab, like welding or something like that, if they say they will not go to the campus, that's where the counselor would reach out to that parent, to that student, and say, we have to look at changing your endorsement because you're not meeting the requirements. So we're trying to give as much heads up to parents and students as possible As long as they stop changing things on us, I think we're going to be okay. But I hope that answers your question, Mr. Cotter.
It does mostly, but for that small portion that it doesn't, I would just add a follow-up question. What about those endorsements that don't have a lab component necessary for, like the welding, for instance, different academies?
It shouldn't change. That virtual option shouldn't change any other endorsements.
Okay. Because the language has been all endorsements, but it sounds like it's actually just some endorsements.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Yep. That actually answers all of my questions.
Okay.
And thanks also, Becky Robin. She was one of the team leads on the instructional model team. And thank you, Kevin, as well.
With no further questions, we're ready to go to discussion item A4.
Thank you.
With the board's pleasure. Thank you very much, team. Appreciate your presentation.
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation. Dr. O'Brien, I, at this time, have a few more letters that had requested to be read into the minutes tonight. Just a point of reference for the board members and anyone interested. All emails that have been submitted to board members, Dr. O'Brien, and any other school district email have been presented to all board members, and they will be included. The substance of the letters will be included in the report that we will have coming up. But before we get to that, I want to go ahead and read into the minutes letters that were submitted that specifically asked to be read during the board meeting tonight into public record. So we thought we were done with the 650 or so we had earlier, but there's more. And as I said, there's a much even larger number of letters that have been received and read by board members and by the administration, but these specifically requested to be read in. So, Mr. Sampson, yes. If you would time me, do you all want me to just read them, or do you want me to share them with you to be read? I can just go through them, or
just read till you get tired.
Read till I get tired. That's what I'll do. If I lose my voice, y'all can stop me. All right, so Mr. Sampson, I will begin with this first one, and you can stop me when I go too long. The first letter that I have here is from Janet Harrelson. Please present my email at tonight's board meeting. Good morning, board members. My name is Janet Isom Harrelson, and I'm a 1970 graduate of Robert E. Lee High School. I would request that you vote no to any suggestion of changing the name of my alma mater. It is my opinion that the name Robert E. Lee, or many times just REL, is in no way indicative of racism. It is simply the name of my school, just as your name is the name your parents gave to you. Had they named you Robert E. Lee Woods, would you, if you wanted to continue to serve on the GCCISD school board, be requested to change your name because it supported racism? Never in the 54 years that I've been involved with REL has it ever crossed my mind that, oh yeah, we're supporting racism, we're supporting slavery. Never. It is simply the name of my alma mater, and I am simply requesting that you vote against the change. Best regards, Janet Harrelson. Also received August 3rd. Nope, sorry. July 31st from Lisa Crawford to the GCCISD superintendent and school board members. Please read my letter to the board at the August 3rd, 2020 meeting. I would like to petition you against changing the name of Robert E. Lee High School. I am a graduate of the bicentennial class of 1976. It is not only because of my personal connection and heart for my alma mater, It is for future generations that I request you to vote to keep the name Robert E. Lee High School as a Baytown legacy. If we submit to social pressures to change our high school's name, it is erasing history and enslaving this generation not to a plantation, but to chains that limit one's freedom to live beyond the sins of our past. First, slavery was an issue during the Civil War, but it was not the cause. Monuments erected in our nation are set forth as bringing a part of the past to future generations, not to condemn or offend the future generations, but to educate them of past happening. The only way we move forward is to build on where we came from. We no longer ride a horse and buggy because we have built a history in the auto industry that has advanced to hybrid transportation. We cannot live as united free people if we continue to go back and relive a time when people were judged by the color of their skin. Haven't we matured beyond that? During this pandemic, our focus should be on the children of our community returning to school and implementing safety protocols throughout the district. Our tax dollars should be better spent on our children's education, teachers, auxiliary staff, and schools, not wasted on changing the name of Robert E. Lee High School. I am Baytown proud. I am Robert E. Lee High School proud. Once a Gander, always a Gander. Lisa Crawford, resident of Baytown. Our next email begins, I grew up on Harding Street in Baytown, and as soon as I heard about the discussion about changing the name of Robert E. Lee High School, I knew I had to speak up and let my voice be heard. Robert E. Lee is a piece of history. From as young as I can remember while growing up in Baytown, we were baby goslings attending Horace Mann Jr. and knew we would grow up to be R.E.L. Ganders. I trained in the Brigadiers and played the drums. The Confederacy was not on my mind while I beat my drum. Winning that football game and supporting our players against Ross S. Sterling was what was on my mind. I practiced all summer long and loved my school that I was so proud to support. And 2 weeks before school started, my parents received a letter stating that Goose Creek CISD was implementing some changes and were doing something that was called pocket zoning. They explained that because we lived in a lower income area that was multicultural, they wanted to divide the students to mix up the ratios and give my neighborhood a better chance at a new school at more success. My mother went to the school board. She tried everything to get them to let me attend Robert E. Lee. I didn't want to be a ranger. All of my friends that I attended elementary with, Carver Jones, and junior high were all going to Lee. The school board denied my request to go to the school that I had prepared for all of my life. I went from being proud and wearing maroon and gray and carrying a drum to walking into a school that didn't want me there any more than I wanted to be there. And they didn't even have drums and bugles. They had flags and wooden rifles and wore blue and white. Speaking of white, I was the only white girl on that bus that drove me to Sterling every day. And at the end of the road every morning, I watched as the Robert E. Lee bus turned left and we had to cross the tracks to drive for 30 minutes on the other side of town to get to Sterling. All of our other friends of all colors got to go to Lee. Thank goodness they didn't take away all of my friends. I had about 20 kids on that bus from my neighborhood. My friends of color were angry too. Some of them were more angry than I was. It wasn't very long after that Robert E. Lee High School caught on fire.
1 minute.
All of my Ganders had to be bused to the white school, and we split the day in half to accommodate the doubled population of students. Robert E. Lee High School has nothing to do with racism, the Civil War, or slavery. Every single one of my Black and Hispanic friends that played on that football field played like they were fighting for their family because we were all family. We grew up together, rode bikes as little kids, and walked down to the small Mexican market to buy nickel candy that was chili powder, salt, and sugar. The sweet older Black man from the street over would sell us frozen Kool-Aid in styrofoam cups for $0.25, and he always made sure that every kid that ran up to his bicycle with the basket in the back holding the little cooler got a frozen cup, whether they had $0.25 or not. We all loved each other. The name of the school is not what divided us. The school board is what divided us. Anybody who has ever known anything about Baytown, Texas knows about Lee and Sterling. They know about our passion for our teams during Lee and Sterling week.
Time.
Thank you. That was Jacqueline Bailey. Next letter is from Danette Hall. Leave Lee alone. My husband, father, daughter, and brother-in-law all went to Lee. There is nothing wrong with the name. It has been named this since 1928. Leave it alone. Danette Hall. The next letter submitted from Wybra Holland to the Board of Trustees to be read during citizens' participation at August 3rd meeting of the Board of Trustees. Board Trustees Shay Cotter and Augustine Laredo have made their votes for renaming Robert E. Lee High School, well known to the public, via social media and other means prior to it being on the board's agenda. Mr. Cotter and Mr. Laredo have not only made their votes public, they have spearheaded a campaign to support their votes. All of this before it was placed on the board's agenda. Both of them are affiliated with 3 groups that are promoting the renaming of Robert E. Lee High School. Mr. Cotter was promoting the name change on June 24th via social media, which was before the July 6th board meeting, where the request to rename Robert E. Lee High School came from Mr. Orlando Lara, who is a resident of Irvine, California, and a friend of Mr. Laredo. On July 28th, Mr. Laredo was on a radio talk show where he spoke on many items, including the renaming of Robert E. Lee High School. He told how he and Mr. Cotter were both for renaming the high school and admitted how Mr. Cotter was very vocal about it in the community and through social media and other means. Mr. Laredo should have never represented the school board on this talk show. He was even introduced by the host as president of the school board, which is incorrect. As members of GCCISD's Board of Trustees, Mr. Cotter and Mr. Laredo should not be allowed to go into a vote or discussion with their votes already known publicly. I request that due to the unprofessional behavior of Mr. Cotter and Mr. Laredo, this discussion and voting on the renaming of Robert E. Lee High School be permanently dropped as long as the 2 of them are on the school board. Respectfully submitted, Wybra Holland, GCCISD taxpayer. The next email, comments for the August 3rd board meeting, Mike Barnes. Dear Ms. Garcia, below are the texts of 2 emails previously sent to the board and to the Baytown Sun. If I thought for one moment that changing the name would lead to a better education for minority students, I would be for it. No facts support such a claim. I wish this email, along with the included text, to be read at the coming board meeting. I thank Ms. Woods for being the only member of the board to respond to my previous email. Email of 1st July. Dear GCCISD board members, it has come to my attention that there is a push by some, including some on your board, to change the name of Robert E. Lee High School and remove Lee's portrait from the school. As a 1961 REL graduate and Gander letterman, I urge you not to fall prey to the current wokeness and traps of revisionist history being promoted by groups like Antifa and BLM. Their only goal is to seed chaos and tear down the structure of our country. Baytown is Baytown because of REL. It was the focal point of 3 communities, the thing that united them. Best not to forget that bit of history, and you will destroy it if the name is changed. Email of 15th July, dear Mr. Bloom, as an REL graduate and Gander letterman, I vehemently oppose the renaming of Robert E. Lee High School. The woke counterculture seems to forget that it was REL that was the cement that glued 3 towns, East Baytown, Goose Creek, and Pelly, together to make Baytown. Revisionists are always mistakenly trying to put actions in the past in terms of today's prism. Think of the other school names in Baytown which need to be changed. Following the woke mentality, the name of the capital would have to be changed. Change the name of REL. Ha, you would cease to have a historical designation, and one might as well take a chainsaw to the Baytown oak. I have written the GCCISD board with no response. It is time for them to grow a backbone and stop this nonsense. They do no favor to the memory of great educators such as George Gentry, Winnie Brown, Beverly Rockhold, Dan Stallworth, et cetera, with their actions.
1 minute.
Sincerely, Dr. H. Michael Barnes, REL, 1961, Thompson Distinguished Professor at Wood Science and Technology, Department of Sustainable Bioproducts, College of Forest Resources, and Mississippi State University. Blessed are those who can give without remembering and take without forgetting. Board members, hello, my name is Nicholas Rice and I've been a resident of Baytown for over 20 years. I write today to vehemently oppose the renaming of Robert E. Lee High School. I would like to share a couple of reasons why with you today. First, our community is in time of crisis. During an ongoing pandemic, now is not the time to be wasting time and resources by changing a name of a school that has been in place for decades. The focus should be on the safety and academic future of our students at this time. We should not be wasting 1 minute discussing anything else until this pandemic is over. Cost is also a big concern, especially during the pandemic. The district is already discussing having to buy more school buses and technology equipment so that students can learn from home. Teachers already must spend out of their own pockets to provide supplies for their students and to decorate their own classrooms. Changing the name of a school does not come without costs. Wouldn't this money be better spent on resources for our students? I 100% agree with the board president that now is not the time to be focusing on school name changes. Second, there has been absolutely no community conversations regarding school name changes. Guest columns in the newspaper, some of whom are written by folks who do not even live in Baytown, should not be given much weight. Before any changes are made, community meetings and surveys need to be done with all input taken into consideration. In addition, only 2 of the 7 board members graduated from Lee High School. Schools belong to the community, and we should have a say-so in renaming schools, just as we do when naming new schools. I am concerned that several board members have already publicly supported renaming the school without taking any public comment into consideration. Third, I am concerned that changing the name of the school will affect its status as a state historical site. No objections were raised when this distinction was added almost 10 years ago. The board needs to take this into consideration as well. Finally, I would like to conclude by saying that changing the name does not erase history. History should be something that we all learn from.
1 minute.
Not try to pretend it did not happen. Do not give in to the far left anarchists who are trying to tear us apart. Thank you, Nicholas Rice. And again, okay. All right, please read at August 3rd meeting. To whom it may concern, I am a 1989 graduate of Robert E. Lee High School. I come from a long line of very proud Ganders. I have since moved from Baytown, but do visit as often as possible. I am very concerned with the current issue at hand of wanting to change the name of a historical landmark. I am curious as to why, after all the years this institution of education has stood, and as many of the citizens of Baytown that have been educated here, why does it seem like now is the time to attempt changing history? History is a lesson that cannot be undone by removing names, paintings, or statues. History is a reminder to keep us all from repeating the past. We as a people of all colors have walked the halls of Robert E. Lee High School. We as a student and faculty body have loved and supported each other no matter our race. In 1987, when our school burned, we were devastated together. We as a community rebuilt the legacy and carried on with our Gander pride. So why now? Baytown is a very diverse community, and we always stick together and support our people of the community. To my knowledge, this has been our way as Baytonians my entire life. I cannot begin to wrap my head around changing the name of our school during a pandemic. I do not adhere to the idea that a few people have the authority to make such a costly decision without truly having input from the past, present, or future students of this institution of education. Another concern would be if your decision is based on racism, then are you not going to consider that Ross S. Sterling was a KKK member? I would think that too should be changed. If you are all wanting to remove the name of REL, then why not RSS as well? Yet if you change the names of both schools, you still in no manner have eradicated the racism of history. Instead, you have simply cost the community money that should rightfully be spent on the real issues of teaching our children of today and tomorrow during a global pandemic. History is not ours or the school board's to be changed, yet it belongs to us all to teach and learn from. Teach humanity and compassion, not hate and division. In my opinion, trying to make an unneeded name changes to any of our schools divides us and causes even more harsh judgment of one another. I personally speak for myself and my family. Please leave the name of Robert E. Lee on our school and teach our children to not repeat the mistakes of our forefathers before us. Leave Lee alone. Respectfully, Dari L. Boyd Bradford, class of 89, once a Gander, always a Gander. Letter to the board on renaming REL. Hello, Ms. Garcia. I saw in a Baytown article that you're the point of contact that I should send my letter to be heard by the board. Dear members of the board, my name is Jennifer Thibodeau. I am a 30-year-old homeowner and taxpayer in Baytown, Texas. I was born and raised in this city, meaning I also attended many of its public schools. I graduated from Ross S. Sterling High in 2008, and I graduated from Lee College this May. While attending Goose Creek schools, my classes were extremely diverse. I had fellow white students, black students, Asian students, and Indian students to learn with and from. I attributed much of my worldview to growing up alongside so much diversity. I'm writing to you out of an urgent sense of moral responsibility that I might convince you to rename Robert E. Lee High School. I consider myself sentimental and place high value on tradition. Over these things, though, I value humanity, what is right and just, and inclusion. Changing the name of this school will not erase memories or the meaning current and previous students have found within the halls of Lee High School, but instead it will foster a more inclusive environment for all of its students. I know this is possible because it has happened before. When Baytown realized the brigadiers marching to Dixie and carrying the Confederate flag was harmful, the tradition evolved, leaving behind the harmful parts. Today, the Lee celebrities are a multiracial company rich in their own traditions. I argue the same is possible for the school as a whole. I do not feel tradition and memories should take precedence over morality, humanity, justice, and kindness. Baytown schools should reflect hope for the future over the reverence of the past. Thank you, Jennifer Thibodeau. And I think this is the last one. Below is a statement I would like to be read at the board meeting if time allows. Thank you. Your time is appreciated. Whether people agree or disagree on the renaming of Baytown's historical Robert E. Lee, the vote should only come from the alumni, former current staff, and the citizens of Baytown, which will bear the financial burden of the act. As a proud 2000 graduate of REL and assistant drum major of the famous Robert E. Lee Band, I vehemently oppose renaming my alma mater. The only thing I ask is that the school board leave the decision to the people of Baytown, whom this decision personally and financially affects. Angel Young Brazel, REL, class of 2000. And that concludes the letters that we're requesting specifically to be read aloud into the public participation. As I stated, we have a report that's been compiled by administration so that we can hear the volume of communication that has been received and reviewed by board members. Dr. O'Brien.
Yes, ma'am. Our communications team led by Director Susan Passmore, and I think Matt Bollinger will probably jump back on here with us as well, has accumulated all of the information that was maybe not requested to be read before the board this evening. And they will be giving a report, somewhat of a historical report, and then informational report to you just on the consideration of the school names. So at this time, I'll turn it over to you guys.
Okay, once again, good evening. Okay, hopefully you can see that PowerPoint slide there. So Susan Passmore, like Dr. O'Brien said, Susan Passmore and I will provide a brief executive summary over the renaming inquiry as been discussed. And so I'll start off by providing a summary. Goose Creek has recently received communication both in support of and in opposition to changing the name of Robert E. Lee High School. As of today at 3 p.m., the following communication has been received from Noemi Garcia or Vicky Ashey. We've received 60 emails or letters supporting the name change and 130 emails or letters opposing the name change. In addition, the Baytown Sun and the Houston Chronicle have run several opinion editorials or letters to the editor, which are included in the board packet that you have received, the binder on the renaming inquiry. Real quick history for Goose Creek. So Goose Creek High School was built in 1922, first high school in Goose Creek. Then after the passing, I believe, of the first bond for the district, a new high school was built in 1928, was named Robert E. Lee High School. The former Goose Creek High School building was then converted to a junior school and a Horace Mann Junior School. Robert E. Lee remained the only high school in Goose Creek until 1966 when Sterling High School was built. And then Lee's main building became a recorded Texas Historic Landmark on April 27th of 2013. So that's a real quick history of Lee High School and Goose Creek High School.
Okay, good evening. We have compiled a binder for our board members with a great deal of help from Noemi Garcia and Vicky Ashby. Some of the things in the binder, the packet, are the board policy on naming a facility, which is CW Local. It also includes a renaming policy, information on protocol for retaining the historical marker status, the Texas Historic Landmark documents, and we talked to Robert Scott, the state marker chair, and Lydia Boone Woods, the architect reviewer, about some of the protocol that we would need to go through if we wanted to retain a historical marker should the name be changed. There's also additional historical marker information included in the packet, letters to the editor and articles from the Baytown Sun, an opinion editorial from the Houston Chronicle, a letter from former principal of Lee High School regarding the portraits of Robert E. Lee that were at Lee High School, and they're still safely there. Emails and other communication for changing the school name, and emails and other communication for keeping the school name. Although we've heard many opinions tonight, these are just a sample of what we're coming up with next. Just a sample of some of the comments that we've received. One was General Lee had many good qualities. Unfortunately, he led a fight that also quite obviously was intended to maintain the system of slavery that was legal in every state in the Confederacy. Another one was changing the name of REL from Robert E. Lee is not about erasing history. It's about removing the honor of an individual who fought on the side of slavery and against the flag that flies outside the front of our school. So that's just a sample of some of the quotes in support of renaming Lee. Then we have some other comments that were made in opposition to renaming Lee. The name of Robert E. Lee High School, does not portray the Confederacy in any negative fashion. No Confederate flags, no brigadiers, no band members in Confederate uniforms. The mascot is a gander. And another one, our forefathers thought it fitting to name the school for General Robert E. Lee in 1928. I knew and went to school with their descendants. Tens of thousands of the children of Baytown have passed through Lee's halls and on to successful lives. The school represents a historic landmark in their past.
Okay, we've been asked to provide an estimated cost for renaming a school. And so Brenda Garcia, our director of construction, and her team have reached out to other districts who have gone through the renaming process and also looked at different articles. And so this is a ballpark figure. It's hard to give an exact number just due to the age of the building and dealing with the graphics that are included. So if there's a lot of graphic updates, for example, if the school name is in the gym floor, then that's a cost. Or if there's a marquee that's expensive that needs to be changed. So there's a pretty big window here is my point. But in general, I'm giving you the low end and the high end based on the research we've compiled. So at the elementary level, if a school were to change names, then it seems that on the low end it would be about $15,500 up to $50,000 for an elementary. For a junior school, that window goes up a little bit, of course, because of the size of the facility and some of the athletics in the athletic facilities within a junior school. So you can see that figure there. And then for a high school, it's at on the low end about $140,000 up to on the very high end $434,500 per school. And this is for the name change only. Some districts underwent changing colors and changing mascots, and so that's a different ball game. But if we're looking at just the name, these are the figures that we've gathered.
Okay, in summary, Goose Creek CISD has a rich culture of diversity and pursues every opportunity to celebrate diversity and promote equitable outcomes for the success of all students. We are pleased that Dr. Roger Cleveland will be training our school board and executive administrators in cultural proficiency, instructional equity, implicit bias, and transforming school culture. Yes, I'm sorry, we have an interruption here. He also has trained district and campus administrators. Finally, we want the community to know that Goose Creek CISD is deeply committed to equity and will address matters of inequality, including the name of facilities. We appreciate you letting us present tonight, and the board will have these binders with a lot of information in it to look over, and so if they have any questions, they can certainly contact us. Thank you.
I've got a question. Can you go back to that second slide about the numbers? Not those numbers, the email numbers. I believe it was the second slide. Yes, 60 emails or letters supporting a name change. Because and of course, our emails are public record. I've gotten 94 individual emails. When I say emails, let me clarify this a little bit more clearly than the slide is here. I don't know about everybody else, but I firmly believe that 17 emails from one person counts as one voice.
Okay.
But so 104 emails from 94 different individuals for the change, as well as what was the tally? 120 emails from 93 individuals against the change. So I'm not sure where there's a big difference right there between those numbers and the numbers in my email box. I'd be happy to. I mean, I've got a printout right here of all of them if anybody wants to look through them later. But so there's a big disparity there.
So the only thing I could think of is who's the addressed person in your emails? Is it just you?
Right. There may be a few that are just me, but I think the majority of them are to all of us.
I've received some that were addressed only to myself. I did not print them all out yet.
I was a Boy Scout for like a week, so I was just prepared. Now,
I'm pretty much out of ink.
I definitely ran out of paper today,
Yeah.
but to me,
well, I think the emails that they are talking about right here are in this binder that we're provided with tonight. So I'm it would be a good practice to go and compare what's in here and what's missing from yours. And then as we could see tonight, because we're under the constraints of technology, we have had issues with getting access to all the emails that we're wanting to be heard through public comment, because there are a lot more that we've been receiving that didn't specifically ask for that. So there's a lot of information to compile, which shows me that the community is very interested in being involved in the process.
Yeah, we have a process as a board for communities to name a school. We do. And I absolutely see that as, this is really a two-step process we're talking about. Denaming and then renaming. And we don't really have a community process for denaming a board. That's our responsibility. And we definitely have a community process for then bringing in possible names. Right.
Correct.
One of the other things I thought was a little bit of a shortcoming of this report, and not at all by the people that put it together. You guys did a great job. But in these reasons for leaving the name and the reasons for changing the name, this is all like a history lesson. And we could have a history, we could talk about history ad nauseum. But I really liked some of the emails that were sent in, and I want to reference back to one of the emails that you read earlier, Jessica. Excuse me, President Woods. Sorry. The email that you read from Mike Barnes, where he said, Baytown is Baytown because of REL. It was the focal point of three communities, the thing that united them. Yet at the same time, one of the emails I got, and I think it's one of the emails we all got, had a quote from Priscilla Wilson, who was a class of '68 graduate. She said, I lived right there in the moment, talking about the moment of integration. The first day of school, a KKK flag was waving in the front of the school to let us know that we weren't welcome. We attended a ball called the Confederate Ball, trying to fit in. I was in a choir called the Southern Bells, and we felt awkward. I was devastated because it was my last year of high school. There were riots in the cafeteria almost every day. We lost our identity since it was only a few of us. So we've got two different voices from history, two different student perspectives, one showing, one feeling like it was uniting and one feeling like it definitely wasn't. And we see this pattern repeated over and over and over throughout the decades. And going back to those emails, I know that there's a lot of contention about whose voice matters. Residents' voices, students' voices, past students' voices. So I looked at those emails and I tried to parse them out as best I could to come up with some details about who was a resident and who wasn't. And honestly, when you strip out the non-residents' voices, the residents were almost equal. It was like literally 1 or 2 off. Of course, that was as about 2 o'clock today, and as we know, there have been, a dozen or so come in since then. But the residents' voices were literally 1 or 2 off. So, yeah, it's a contentious debate. I think it was interesting, though, that out of the residential emails, 50% of those residents opposing the change were alumni. Yet again, out of the resident emails that were requesting the change, 67% of them were alumni. That's, to me, that speaks volumes. These are the voices of our past students. The first thing I notice is the disparity between the experiences of people when they start talking about this. And there's not a right or wrong answer to some of that. But the question that keeps plaguing my mind is there a threshold of how many students we can accept that feel this way? Yeah. If it's over and over this repeated thing that we hear, it's not just 1 or 2, but how many students can we be okay with that feel this way, and still sleep at night thinking that we're respecting diversity and fostering compassion? That's the real issue in our board. Our core values at GCCISD include providing a nurturing environment for all students with integrity, respect, and humility and transparency in an environment where diversity is respected. Those are our words. Those are our core values. And so, if we want to say, yeah, we'd like to hear from the students on this, so let's wait until we can hear their voices, that's one thing. But honestly, I can say this, that we've heard from students. We've heard from students of yesterday in an effort to change the experiences of the students of today and tomorrow. We're the leaders, and I believe it's our job to not wait for students to step out on a limb and to step up and to speak out. It's our job to lead the way for them and to model for them how to live out those very core values that we say we believe in, that our jobs rest on. They deserve for us to show them that leadership. And that leadership isn't doing the easy thing. It's not doing the popular thing, but it's doing the right thing. And trustees, I know, I believe in your hearts. You know what the right thing is. You know it's not easy, and you know it's not popular, but it's still the right thing.
Thank you, Mr. Cotter. Do we have comments from other board members?
Well, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
There's an old saying, you got to walk in my shoes. And I don't think anyone here has walked in my shoes. I'm 64 years old. I came up through going to Sterling, and I saw the Confederate flag, the playing Dixie, and all of this. And then so funny, in 1976, I was in college. I come back with some friends of mine who went to Sterling, went into a pool hall on Texas Avenue, and my friends are white, but the guy wouldn't let me play because I was black. This is 1976. In retrospect, you think about it, that Robert E. Lee, there was always a hidden factor about the name of the school. But, you just got to walk in someone's shoes to know that you either going to say something about it or just go to school and just be there, you know. And I've had some experience in Baytown, but, you know, Baytown, I grew up in McNair, which is, outside of Baytown. But I'm just, at that point of saying, hey, it's time to move forward and not look at, history is going to be there no matter what. That marker, we have a museum here in Baytown of old relics and everything else. It could still be that, but until you walk in my shoes, you can't say you totally understand. And I understand some of these people talking about they don't want to give up their heritage and everything like this. But if your heritage is Robert E. Lee and Confederate flag and these things, then you tell me something more about you than I want to hear. So walk in my shoes and understand that.
Thank you, Mr. Sampson. Are there any other comments at this time, or were there any questions for our report panel? If not, I would just, okay, go, Mr. Laredo.
I've been, that's echoing. I've been 14 years on this school board, and I'm the senior member of this board. I've seen a lot of board members, and I've been approached by a lot of people in the last few weeks. And every year that I've been on this board, I've been reminded of this issue. And my answers, some of them have been from out of town, some from New York, some from other parts of Texas. And my answer has always been, when I hear more people that feel the same way, we'll go after it. I will support a group of people. Not that I feel comfortable with the name, because I don't feel comfortable with the name, but just because I don't think it was time yet. Well, now we have a group of people, and it's time. My reasoning to be on the school board is to serve the community that I represent, to serve students, to make sure that students feel comfortable in an institution of learning. I've heard a lot of people talk about, we're not going to change anything. It's just a name. The name doesn't know it. It means something. And it's an institute of learning. I can't speak for the Board of Regents, but I found it, in high school, they give you U.S. history and I had a good U.S. history teacher, but they give you history like at all levels. Not till you go to college and the university where you get some deep, good thinking and discussion. And even then, in those classes, when I was at Lee College, I remember learning about the Civil War Reconstruction and walking out of an institution called Lee College. When I was at Lee High School in '92, when I graduated, I remember in the Commons there was an area for the mostly Mexicans back then, where the Mexicans stood. It was an area where the African Americans stood, and then all the white students were in the middle. And looking back, it means something different. I don't feel any hate towards any group. The good Lord taught me to love, not to hate. And I know there's a lot of people that are impassioned and have written, and particularly one person has written about 17 emails, I think, some attacking some of this board, and including, I will say, stand up for Mr. Sampson, attacking Mr. Sampson unjustly, because all he asked was for this thing to be put on the agenda. I question when people have that much desperation. And my kids have come home several times. You talk about teachers and how things have changed. No, my kids have come home several times and asked me questions in regards to some of the things their teachers have mentioned. And me being a teacher, it's very hard when you hear teachers that are next to you, or you hear kids talking about teachers that put their biases and on display to kids, and we try to do the right thing and not do that to the kids that we teach because it's the right thing. In regards to all the emails and correspondence, I know that a lot of the board, the majority of the board hasn't answered, and I'm not going to speak for anybody but myself. I haven't answered a lot of those emails because my words have been taken out of context. I don't know if anybody took the time to listen to the radio show. You know, I was there. It was recorded a few weeks before it actually aired. And when some of the people were as petty as to accuse me of being allowing myself to be called president, the gentleman that interviewed me took the information off the website. We got into the conversation. I didn't correct him. If that much offends you as a citizen of this town, I don't know what to say about you. That being said, I appreciate everybody who has written an email, whether it's one email or 17. I know it's not easy to speak up. I know how hard it is that you want to say what you say is important. And I know how I feel about kids being the biggest priority as a teacher, as a board member, and as a parent. I've tried very hard to work with all schools, and you know, you can say what you want. You know, we had an incident at Lee High School where, you know, Dr. O'Brien and Dr. Price and some others were very helpful in dealing with equity, because that's been the perspective from that school. I mean, if you can remember, even as short as 2 years ago, some of the people that are arguing for this, we're calling that school the ghetto school. I've dealt with that since we built Memorial, calling it the ghetto school. My alma mater being called the ghetto school, and all of a sudden you're going to come up and be the hero and defend that name and defend that school. It's important for large groups, and this is an issue that affects large groups, but ultimately, if it affects one kid, I think it's important enough to support. I understand the concepts of tradition, and I realize how important it is. I mean, whenever we've had the issue before, I love it when people call me on the phone and say, hey, you know, Mr. Laredo, my family's been here since the 40s. You know, as if being here for any amount of time is worth anything. Well, you know, if you go back and look at the records, my grandmother was registered at Goose Creek High School in 1924. My father was born in Baytown in 1930. But I don't think that gives me an extra leg to stand on, whether you got here 100 years ago, 150 years ago, or yesterday. You're still part of this community, and to use that is shameful. My tradition cannot be the sole motivator of what's seen as the right thing to do. At the end of the day, the school name just makes people feel uncomfortable. It made me feel uncomfortable. And I've got friends that will attest to the same thing. The name implies defending an era where human beings were kept as slaves, where children were fed in trowels and young ladies as young as 14 were raped in order to produce more slaves. And people were whipped while being read passages from the Bible just to justify vile behavior, to justify the fact that it was okay that you can own other human beings. I cannot in good conscience remain a quiet spectator. There is a place for Robert E. Lee. It is in books, pictures, and museums, but not in institutions of academic learning. We can use the excuse that it's just a name, as I said earlier, or that we can redefine that name, but there is power in names. Once again, how can we justify one student being uncomfortable in a place of learning because of this peculiar institution, this stain on our country, this lost cause? We're worth more, and we know much more as a community. That's all I have to say.
Well, I'm sure we'll continue to get emails. In fact, we all got one at 10:22 asking it to be read at the board meeting. So, and it is from somebody out of town. But, you know, we'll continue to collect these, and we'll certainly look at your book, Mr. Carter, if you want us to try to cross-reference. Everybody was pulling emails and, you know, trying to assemble these books. And so, you know, I don't know why there would be a difference unless
many of those just went to you or went to separate board members and didn't come to us.
And that's very possible.
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Passmore, for compiling this project and report. I know there is a lot of emotion surrounding this issue. There is a lot of community voice that should be brought to the table. I know Mr. Cotter pointed to the fact that this is a process. It is a multi-part process. If the decision is made to change names, then a new name has to be decided, and there is a process for that. I think it would be not doing justice to the issue to make a judgment so quickly without having the solutions in place. With the community not able to really participate in a truly effective manner, while we're trying to make decisions and get students back on campuses, I feel we would be doing them a disservice to tear them apart on Lee campus by creating such division as making a decision without including their voice. I also feel like it would be unfair to have students attending a school formerly known as Robert E. Lee without a sufficient and significant name to be in its place. At this time, I would like to move forward with our action items. Agenda item number 6. We have action item 6A, consideration of consent agenda.
This evening, administration has for the Board of Trustees consideration, number 1, anticipated 2020 tax collection rate and excess debt collection proceeds. Number 2, asynchronous and synchronous attestations to TEA. Number 3, revised 2020 and 2021 instructional calendar. Number 4, interlocal agreement with Region 4 Education Service Center for technology equipment. Number 5, waiving up to 5 staff development days for 2020-2021 school year. And number 6, resolution delegating authority to act in the place of the GCCISD School District Board of Trustees during these modified operations. Number 7, third option to extend RFP for specialized services for special education students with mental health and/or behavioral disabilities. Number 8, select competitive seal proposal CSP as the delivery method for the elementary number 17 project. Number 9, select competitive seal proposal CSP as the delivery method for the junior school running tracks project. Number 10, endorsement of representatives for Texas Association of School Board, TASB, Board of Directors, Region 4, positions B, D, and H. Number 11, rescheduling September 7th, 2020 regular meeting. And number 12, budget amendments. I might point out that number 10, 11, and 12 likely, or 10 and 11 need to be pulled before consent agenda is considered for a discussion moment.
And I'd like to pull number 3.
Number 3?
Yes, please.
Okay, so Mr. Clem would like to pull number 3. There was a suggestion to pull number 11 for discussion and number 10 for discussion.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do I have any motions for the other items?
I would make a motion that we approve action items 6A, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 12 as presented.
I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second? I have a motion from Mr. Clem and a second from Mr. Poppy for items 6A, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 12. All those in favor of consent agenda items as named, please raise your right hand or say aye. None opposed and none abstaining. 7-4 passes. So let's talk about agenda item number 3. Mr. Clem, did you have some questions or comments?
Probably some of both.
Okay.
So can we, is Ms. Leith on this?
Yes, she should be available for us.
Thank you.
I'm here.
Hi.
Hi.
Question. The calendar committee met, what's the makeup of the committee? Not names, but just, are they administrators, teachers, parents, what?
All teachers with the exception of one administrator. It was the exact same ILC calendar committee that put together the previous calendar.
Okay, so mostly teachers put themselves going to school until June the 14th, right?
Actually, it was also a community member. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm sorry. My Apple Watch is going off. I don't know what's wrong with it. I'm sorry. Okay.
Put it in theater mode. Just in their discussion of this calendar, did we just push everything back, or did we take a hard look at some ways to save days and maybe end by the end of May?
We did our best. We looked at 2 different drafts. Basically, one that carried the first semester into January. And then this particular calendar with some tweaks that the committee actually made to it. So the reason that the calendar that was pushed like the first semester into January was not, in favor, the committee was not in favor of that, was due to dual credit. And, what you run into with dual credit, it becomes very complicated.
I just want to remind everyone what I said last meeting and looking at this calendar that, we don't have to take a whole week off for Thanksgiving. We don't have to take 2 full weeks off for Christmas. And this one year, we don't have to take a full week off at spring break. And I noticed there's only one government holiday on the calendar, and we don't have to take that. And Lord knows why April 2nd's a holiday, but we don't have to take that. And if we just have the COVID-only calendar, we promise never to do this to you again, like I said, we could be out of school at the end of May. But I just don't know that that was looked at. And I made the same argument about the calendar when we approved it last year. We just set the same calendar over and over again because that's the way we've always done it. So I will support this calendar, but I'm going to vote against it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have a vote. I just want y'all to know that, the process that we go through is a committee process.
We know you're messenger.
I'm just facilitating.
You're just the messenger, and we know that. But next time we sit down with the calendar committee, let's look at things. Just don't go put it where it was last year, because that's what we do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so do we want to consider this item now or move on to our discussion of 10 and 11?
I think you can hold off until we get the discussion on the others because they're pretty simple. The number 10 is the consideration and action to select,
Endorsement of,
endorsement of positions B, D, and H. I want to make sure, Ms. Garcia, if I'm not mistaken, there's 2 candidates for position B, and we're only able to select 1. So I don't know if this is an item that the board would like to consider for closed session, or you have received this information in advance if you're ready to make a nomination between those 2. And then outside of that, the other 2 positions are single person running, so they would be endorsed by you, likely.
Are there any other comments or questions regarding item number 10 and the candidate positions?
Do we want to really go to the back, or does anybody have already suggestion for that region for position B?
The only thing I would note is that representative district that's closest to us, we do communicate with that district a little bit more than a district across town.
That's what I was considering. That way we can go ahead and vote for these 3 items.
Okay, so then that brings us to item number 11. Item number 11, rescheduling September 7th, 2020 regular meeting. That is a holiday. Mr. Clem.
I'm okay with that one because school doesn't start till after the 7th.
Okay.
But in order to cast the vote, we would need to know which date you want for that.
Yes.
Quite often, the board will select the next business day and or the next Monday. So administration will serve you in either regard.
How about the 14th?
President, I'm sorry. President Wentz, can we go ahead and vote for the other 2? We're going to have to vote for these separate. We can't take them together. So can I make a motion for item?
And typically we do our future board meetings and dates and all under B anyway. So we can take them separately. And did you have a comment or a question, Mr. Cover?
I was just going to suggest the next Monday, which would be September 14th.
Okay, so
I was going to
hold on to that thought.
I was making a motion for item 3.
You'll do a motion for item 3?
Yes.
And so your motion is?
To approve the calendar on item A3, 6A3.
Okay.
Okay,
so so I have a motion to approve the revised 2020-2021 instructional calendar by Mr. Laredo and a second by Mr. Sampson.
Was that not Mr. Clem? I'm not sure. Was that?
It was not.
Order in the court, Dr. O'Brien.
I could theoretically second a motion I'm going to put against.
If you change your mind. Sorry. Sorry, President Woods.
No problem. Any other comments at this time or forever hold your peace? All right. So we have the motion. All in favor of said motion, please raise your right hand. Any abstaining? Any opposed? So 6 in favor, 0 abstentions, 1 opposed, duly noted.
Thank you.
Motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Leith. And now we will move to item number 10, endorsement of representatives for Texas Association of School Board, Board of Directors, Region 4, positions B, D, and H.
I would ask that the motion be in form of calling the position and the person's name nominated for each of these 3 positions.
And so we would entertain a motion that says what?
I got it.
Okay.
Unless you disagree, but it's okay. I would make a motion that we, what are we doing? Endorsing. Thank you. I had to find my word. It's past my bedtime, guys. I make a motion that we endorse the following candidates on Region 4 position B, Paige Rander, Region 4 position D, Ann Sung, and Region 4 position H, Rose Avalos.
I have a motion on the floor. I have a second from Ms. Guy. Thank you. All in favor of, or any comments or questions about this? All in favor of said motion, please raise your right hand or say aye.
Aye.
That's 7-4. That would be 0 abstentions and 0 against. Motion passes as presented. Okay, so we can talk about number 11 now, or we can go to agenda item B, where we could discuss.
I would make a motion that we set our next meeting for September the 14th, which is that following Monday.
I'm not available then.
15?
One of the suggestions I heard before would be the Tuesday night, September the 8th, the first day of
First day of school?
Yeah, it's online. That's just an option. If we don't want to move.
How about Wednesday?
Wednesday, the 9th of September.
Rather do it that Wednesday than the first day of school, even though it's online. For administration, they got other things to focus on during the day on the 8th.
Can we do the 16th?
I can't.
Nope. 16, 17's out for me.
So we're back to the 8th or the 9th.
Who can't do the 9th?
Yeah, we can do the 9th.
Okay. Quick.
We're still going to be virtual, right? We'll do it on the 7th.
But
It's a holiday.
That's the only holiday
It's the only holiday Mr. Clem allowed.
I guess we could do it on the 8th.
Did I had a motion?
Let's just try this. Was that a motion, Mr. Sampson?
On the 7th?
On the 8th. Was that a motion?
That's a motion.
Well, first we have to pass the other motion. What? Because it was made and seconded.
Oh,
That's true.
Was it made
Point
and
of
seconded?
order. It was made and seconded.
So call for a vote.
Okay, so all in favor of the 13th?
14th.
14th. Okay, so y'all get your story straight. All in favor of that date?
The 14th.
The 14th.
Raise your right hand or say aye. Any abstaining? Any opposed? Okay, motion fails. So now I would entertain another motion.
We're making a motion for the 9th. I'm making a motion for the Wednesday the 9th.
Second.
Any
Yes.
discussion? Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to move the September 7th meeting to September the 9th. Same time, same place. All in favor, please raise your right hand. Any opposed? No abstentions? 7-4-0 against. Motion passes. So the meeting date is set for September the 9th, 6 p.m. Okay.
And I just might bring to Madam President's attention that there could be personnel matters that come up between now and then that we would request a meeting for, but we're going to wait and let that play itself out.
Absolutely. And okay, so now we are on to item B on the agenda, which is future board agenda items, board training, and board meetings. Let's take them in order. If we have future board agenda items.
Based on the facilities report tonight, I realize you have two facilities carrying the name of Mr. Green, and maybe at some point we should consider naming or renaming the facility on Baker Road.
That's correct.
And sooner than later, since people are moving into it, or it will be called the Green Center forever.
Yes, sir.
I also would like to bring up something for the board agenda item. I'd like for us to call for a vote on the Lee High School. And since there is such an urgency for a new name, if when we go to the vote, if the motion passes, then in the October meeting, we vote for a new name for Lee High School.
And between September and October, have that public input? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So any other future board agenda items we need to address right now? Sorry.
Mr. Dr. O'Brien?
Yes, sir.
Never mind.
Okay, so future board trainings. I know we have diversity training with Dr. Cleveland next week on next Monday on the 10th. And we also have the TASA, is it TASA convention? It looks like it's going to be online in September. I think the registration is opening up for that shortly.
What date is it?
The first weekend of October.
Is it October?
I believe
October.
That would be the 3rd. Is it October the 3rd?
It's Grito Fest weekend.
It's Highlands
October
Jamboree.
3rd. Just Fest.
But you're doing it online, so.
The Jamboree is online? Cool.
Okay, good. Okay. All right, so August the 10th, and then we have October the 3rd weekend, and I believe it will be it's virtual, so they'll open up for 30 days as they did for SLI training. Any other board training that we... Okay, and so future board meetings, we discussed rescheduling September 7th we voted for September the 9th. Any other meetings or trainings or dates that need to be looked at this time?
September the 8th?
September the 9th, Mr. Sampson. I'm sorry, did I misspeak?
No, the 9th.
It's the 9th.
Yeah, my bad.
Okay.
Do we have a meeting October 12th?
Say that on what day?
12th.
October.
Is October a meeting month?
Yes.
Actually, it would be October the 5th.
Right.
It's the first Monday. So then it would be the 19th. Ms. Garcia, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
19th.
Yeah, October the 5th and October the 19th.
That's correct.
September 30th through October 2nd for the online training with TASB and TASA.
September the
30th through October the 2nd. Registration is August the 18th. Okay. Okay, so that is future board agenda items, board training, and board meetings. At this time, the board will now recess into a closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, 551.072, 073, 074, 075, 076, 082, 083, 084, and 087. The board will take no action while in closed session. The time is 11:22 p.m. The time is now 12:09 a.m. Tuesday, August 4th, 2020. The board will now reconvene into open session. No action was taken while the board was in closed meeting. Please note that Secretary Howard Sampson left the meeting at 12:04 a.m. Okay, so let's return to our agenda. We have agenda items E, 1, 2, and 3 under consideration of personnel.
The administration would recommend at this time that the board would consider E1, notification of elections. Those are teachers that have been hired in the interim of our board meetings. Also, number 2, accept resignations and retirements as presented by administration. Administration would recommend the board approve those two actions first.
Move for approval.
I have a motion for approval by Mr. Laredo and a second by Mrs. Guy. All in favor of E1 and 2, please raise your right hand or say aye. That's 6-4. We have one abstention, Mr. Sampson, and 0 against. Motion passes.
Next, administration would recommend for your consideration and approval student support administrator Heather Tollison.
I'll move to approve the student support administrator.
Before we act on that, Ms. Garcia, I was told previously there was 2 positions. Do you know if there's 2 or there's 1? Okay. If I could just verify if Mr. Chapa is on the line. Mr. Chapa, this was previously going to be 2 positions, and I'm assuming 1 withdrew late in the year without able to get out of their contract. Can you confirm if you're online? If not, we'll move forward with this 1 recommendation. Okay, I would say proceed, please. You have your motion and second.
I have a motion by Ms. Guy and a second by Mr. Clem for student support administrators. All in favor, please raise your right hand or say aye. That's 6-4, 1 abstention, and 0 against. Motion passes.
Our next position is Academic Dean at Ross S. Sterling High School, Ms. Julie Bullich.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Mr. Clem and a second by Mrs. Guy for Academic Dean. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. We have 6-4. That would be 1 abstention and 0 against. Motion passes.
And we have a final recommendation for an administrator, the principal at Robert E. Lee High School, Dr. Ram Crespo.
A second.
I have a motion on the floor from Mr. Laredo with a second from Mr. Cotter for high school principal at Robert E. Lee High School. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. I have 6-4, 1 abstention, and 0 against. Motion passes. Okay, so now we'll move on to item F on the agenda. Consider, discuss, and possible action regarding resolution and settlement of pending litigation titled Brandon Torres versus Goose Creek CISD and Randall O'Brien, cause number 18-CV4803 in the United States District Court for the Southern District of Texas, Houston Division.
I move to approve as presented in executive session.
I second.
I have a motion on the floor from Mr. Clem and a second from Mr. Cotter. Any discussion? All those in favor of said motion, please raise your right hand. Or your left. Okay. We have 6-4, 0, 1 abstention, and 0 against. Motion passes. That takes us to agenda item number 7.
Surely there's more.
What was that, Mr. Laredo? You have a motion on the floor for item number 7?
Second.
And a quick second by Mr. Clem.
Are y'all sure?
Any discussion? Anything else? Bueller?
Raise both hands.
All those in favor, you may now leave the building. Raise your right hand. Any opposed? Mr. Clem, put your hand down. Okay. The time is now 12:15 a.m., August 4th, 2020, and we are adjourned.